Welcome one and all to the Sunday show after dark. I'm your host, Forrest, Valkai, and I'm joined today by the articulate and educated Justin from Deconstruction Zone. How you doing today?
Forrest, I couldn't be better. I'm happy to be back on After Dark with you, and I'm hoping, nay, even possibly praying that God will send a theist that will call and convince us, especially during this magical holiday season.
It's the second most wonderful time of the year, and that means that we should get some great calls. People should be excited to tune in today. I'm getting a little bit of feedback in my ear of myself, and I don't know where that's coming from, but I want to squish it now. I don't know if that's coming from our producer or from me. I don't know. The point is, the show is beginning, and you're watching it. So think about that next time you think about that. Today we got a great show for everybody. We already have some callers coming in, but as Justin was saying, it would be great to talk to some actual real theists. If you believe in a god or gods, if you believe that the Bible is the good book, if you believe in angels, demons, Jesus Christ, resurrection, miracles, any of these things, take a second to pray, to have God tell you what would be the best thing for you to say to us. And then once you get an answer, give us a call. It'd be really, really cool. Number on the bottom of the screen there, 720-619-2288. Or if you are outside of the U.S., you can use the web link in the description and call in that way. Before we begin, Justin, what do you got going on in your life while I try to figure out this weird audio issue?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any audio feedback on my end, so it might be on the, I'm not sure whose end it's going to be on. But you know what? We're doing the thing. We're just starting this coming week all of our Christmas talking points on Deconstruction Zone. So we're going to be hitting some of the classics like Jesus is just Santa Claus for adults. The nativity story of the Bible isn't real. We're going to be getting some good ones. We're definitely going to be hitting some topics that maybe people don't get to hear too often, but we're going to be hitting some classics too. Like, obviously, we're going to be talking about how the Hebrew Bible has absolutely no prophecy whatsoever of a virgin birth. And maybe we'll get to talk about some of the good stuff, which is that Mary probably just had a unwed child and escaped to Egypt to avoid being persecuted and or murdered. And Jesus learned to be a magician there, which is a pretty common claim. Most of the early church critics, think like Porphyry and Celsus and some of the others, labeled Jesus as just one of the many magicians and con men that have come out of Egypt. And I find that to be much more practical and historical than Jesus was literally born of a virgin, which wasn't prophesied anywhere. And then he did all these supposed miracles, except oddly enough, none of them actually fulfilled any expectation for the Messiah. Weird.
I love how, first of all, that cat tried to eat your Adam's apple like fucking Eve, and now it's clearly trying to rip your throat out at this moment. That's great. It's in flip. I don't remember where exactly in the Bible, but like somewhere there's Emmanuel is the prophecy of like somebody who's born of a virgin, blah blah blah. And then later on, one of the four gospels tries to square that circle as like Emmanuel, which means like something to do with like wrestles with God, which means Jesus or something. I forgot exactly what the workaround was. And then all of that is just to bounce off what you were just saying. I remember that Christopher Hitchens quote from long ago that like, what's more likely? Is it more likely that the laws of nature were suspended and for the first time in history we have parthenogenesis in a human being, or that a Jewish minx should tell a fib? Like, what? I mean, like, what's really gonna happen here? If you believe it, though, this is the show for you. 720-619-2288, or use the web link in the description. You've got one person who studies the Bible, who knows it front and back, and you've got one person who just knows how to read and think sometimes. And both of those things have turned us atheist. And we would love to discuss this stuff with you. And with that, we've already got... Sorry, actually, we're both working behind the scenes here while we're clearly trying to vamp. But let's jump right in to our first call here. Do you have, by the way, Justin, on your back end, the wavelink thing, the green squiggles? Because I
do have wavelink on my system. Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if that green squiggles is what's fucking me up. Let's start right away with Jess, pronoun she, her, calling in all the way from the frozen wasteland that is Canada, who says that she has syllogistic proof of God. Jess, you are on the line with Forrest and Justin. How are you doing today? Jess, are you there? Jess, are you there? Jess, can you hear us? Well, Jess might be dead.
I do not know why the call center was so rude.
We don't... Oh.
Why would she assume I am fake? If she can assume I am fake, then I can assume God is...
Okay, I'm going to just put Jess back on mute for a second, because Jess is having some sort of a problem where they're playing something, or maybe she's switching channels. Let's give her 2 seconds here, and then we'll try one more time. Jess, we're going to give you another chance. Can you talk to us? Are you there?
I have a voice issue, so I need to use a mic that expands the sound. I want to show my new evidence for God.
Okay, well,
this
before
is
you
an
do,
AI model.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sound when you say a mic that expands your sound. This is just an AI talking, and that sucks. And she hung up. So there we go. That's very clearly a Chat GPT voice. Lame. That sucks. Well, Flip, dude, off to a great start.
Is the echo resolved?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds way better. Yeah, I don't know if anybody else is hearing it, but it was just there was a noise gate thing that we were tinkering with in the back, and I was getting myself. But that's okay. Well, great way to start the show. Thank you so much, Jess, for showing us the kind of honesty and decency and willingness to participate in good faith discussion that we get out of theists on this show. Way to represent your religion. Very, very cool of you. Let's try another one and see if maybe we get a better argument this time. Unfortunately, everybody else on the line at this moment is an atheist. We have one person who's in the call-in queue, and we'll see where that goes. But I've got 4 atheists on the line, so I'm just going to jump into one of them, knock a few of those guys out, and we'll see if more theists want to play. Let's talk about Noah, pronouns he, him, calling in from palpable anger. Calm down, Noah, who wants to talk to you about something in the Bible and me about something in evolution. Noah, you are on the line with Forrest and Justin. How are you doing today?
Oh, not too bad. Getting buried in lake effect snow, so there's that.
Yeah, dude.
Sure.
Yeah, so I figured you can pick. I had 2 different topics. I figured we could pick one. I don't want to monopolize the time, so either.
Let's start with Justin.
For Forrest,
I'm on Skep.
Okay.
I'm on Skeptalk tomorrow with Erica, so I'll have all night to talk about evolution stuff.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So, Justin, I watched one of your videos the other day, and you were talking about a biblical contradiction with 2 Samuel chapter 24 or 1 Chronicles 21. This is where it was either God or Satan that incites David to do the census. So it's just a grammar thing. So in 2 Samuel, it says that it's God that incites David to number the people of Israel. Now, some translations say saying go and number the people of Judah and Israel. So in that translation, it seems that it's God actually saying the words to David. But then other translations, it says, instead of saying, it says, inciting David to say, go and number the people of Israel. Which my understanding of that is it's God inciting David to give that command. So it seems to me like it's unclear on if it's God or David speaking it.
I guess
And then
I don't
there's the other
understand the
story
question.
where
So, go ahead, bud.
I was going to say that was Second Samuel, and then I think Second Chronicle. I had to go out of the room and grab my Bible. I'm
First
pretty
Chronicles.
sure Second Chronicles, that same story is told, but it's Satan saying these things.
Yeah,
It's First
that's what he was
Chronicles.
saying, and the First Chronicles 21. And I guess I don't understand what you're positing, because one says that Satan incited, the other says that Yahweh incited, but you're suggesting that a possible resolution to it is that the incitation was for two different things, right? So in Samuel,
no. So yeah, the problem is strictly with Second Samuel. I was just giving context so you would know which passage I was referring to. So in 2 Samuel 24, some of the translations for 2 Samuel 24 verse 1, it says that the Lord incited David to number the people of Israel, saying, "Go and number the people." So in that interpretation, it seems to be God saying the words to David, "Go and number the people of Israel." But other translations, instead of saying saying, it says to say, which implies that it would be David actually saying it, like God incited David to give the command.
I don't understand what your point is yet. All I can tell you is that in the actual Hebrew, it probably says to say. Lamor in Hebrew is most likely what you'll find in the text, which means to say. It's an infinitive.
Okay.
Also, wouldn't it make sense to say that, like, in one, God said to David to go do this, and in the other one, it just says David was saying it because God said, like, in the end, the result of this story is the exact same. God said something to David, then David says something to people.
Yeah, it's just semantic. That's all. It was just a clarify. I got into a little argument with somebody about that the other day, and it was like, because some of the translations says God incited David saying, "Go and number the people of Judah." And then in the other ones, it says God incited David to say, "Go and number the people of Israel." It's just whether or not it's God speaking or David speaking. That's the only issue.
I guess I don't understand the question. David and God are both speaking.
Okay. But yeah,
so
that's
in 2 Samuel,
that makes sense then.
Right? It says David was incited. It says the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, "Go and count the people of Israel." But David then went and did what he was incited to do, which means in both cases, David is going to be speaking to the people. Like Yahweh is not speaking directly to any of the people.
Okay. So God didn't say anything directly to David either then.
No, he did. God spoke to David. David spoke to the people. That's the chain of the command.
I misunderstood. I thought I was reading something else. Sorry. I should just shut up. This isn't my call. I'm looking at something else over here trying to be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, both accounts are gonna do the same thing. Read verse 2 in both accounts. Verse 2 in First Chronicles says, "So David said to Joab and the commander of the army, 'Go and number Israel.'" So in Chronicles, David says, "Go number Israel." When you go up to 2 Samuel 24, it's the same thing. It says that the Lord was kindled against Israel. His anger was kindled against Israel. He incited David against them to say, "Go and count the people of Israel and Judah." So the king said to Joab and the commanders of the army who were with him, "Go through all the tribes of Israel from Dan to Beersheba and take a census of the people." So in both stories, David speaks. In 2 Samuel, it's more direct that the thing that David spoke was incited by Yahweh.
Really quickly, before we answer that, unless that's the end of the call. Does that answer your question, Noah?
Yes, that answers that question. Yep.
Gotcha.
Okay, excellent. In that case, I'm going to move on to the next thing, but I really appreciate you, all right?
Yep, thank you.
All right, cheers.
All right, take care. The reason I was trying to hurry through that, can we bring that super chat back up on the screen that was just there for a second? That one. Yeah. says belief in God is a mental illness. No, it fucking isn't, and fuck you for saying so. Just
That's not right.
billions and billions of people are indoctrinated into this. They believe it for bad reasons because they're not taught good reasons. They are abused by their parents who teach them things like hell and sin and that they are unworthy of love and life and divinity and all these things unless they repent for being themselves. These are horrible things that are taught to children. And even if they weren't, cultural beliefs and shit that's passed down generally or generationally takes a really, really strong grip on people that takes a lot of time to deconstruct from. Even the best, most benign religion is going to be difficult to take apart because it's something that you were taught from a young age, in this case, and it's deeply rooted in your psyche. In order to deconstruct from it, you're going to have a sense of grief. You are losing this friend that you thought you had. You are losing your eternity, your life forever that you thought you had. You're dealing with death of yourself and of loved ones for the first time. You're having to completely rebuild your cosmology, your philosophy, your view of the world around you. It is fucking hard and it's fucking scary for a lot of people. So how many people have we helped so far? Lots. We have helped to free lots and lots of people from the chains of religion. We talk to them all the time, and I'm very proud of that. But talking down to them and belittling them and treating them like they're fucking pariahs because they are born in a system that currently hurts billions of people all over the world is not fucking helping anybody. And also it's ableist. So just fucking no. Absolutely not. Keep that shit to yourself.
Yeah.
Thanks for the $5.
And I used to believe in a God too. I didn't have a disease. I wasn't mentally handicapped. That's just not it's not what you said is wrong on every occasion. People who believe in religion, exactly as Forrest said, they were led to believe something before they had the foresight and the critical thinking skills to really challenge it. And it takes time to leave your indoctrination. That's why the biggest precursor of what your religion is going to be is the culture that you grow up in, because you love your parents and your family and your friends, and you trust what they tell you when you're little. And it takes time to realize that, oh, they didn't know either.
Yeah, and not to mention the fact that you are now at risk of losing that community as you deconstruct. And that's fucking scary. That one of the most common deconstruction calls I get is, how do I deal with my parents now that I'm an atheist? How do I deal with my friends now that I'm atheist? Where do I find friends now that I'm an atheist? Because I've lost everything. I've lost my family. I've lost my community. I've lost my social group. That's fucking hard and fucking scary. So just no. That sucks. That's a shitty thing to say. It makes all atheists look bad. It seriously hurts the work that all of us are doing here. And that's why your comment was deleted before you sent it as a super chat, and just to make sure that it popped up on the screen. So no, very no. With that, we've got a few other people online. I said we've got four theists. While we were talking to the one theist, another one called in, but we've also got a new theist. Fuck me. We've got 4 atheists. While we were talking to the one, another one called in, but we also have one theist who is currently on the line. So as is standard here on the channel, we talk to theists first. So let's talk to this person, Jonathan. Pronouns he, him. Calling in from Nice Yams. Hey, if you got him, hell yeah. Who wants to talk about the resurrection? Jonathan, you are on the line with Forrest and Justin. How you doing today?
I'm all right. How are you guys?
I'm
doing well. Thanks for asking.
It says here, the last time you called in, you were an agnostic. What changed?
Oh, it has a record of that. Yeah, it was just more thinking about it pretty much. But I don't really want to go into detail about it right
now. Okay.
And then he hung up.
Oh. Okay.
We'll see. If you were serious, Justin, you can always call back, or not Justin, Joshua, whatever it was, Jonathan. You can call back, bruh. We'll
that
try
was the
talking.
Easiest W ever.
But it sounded like just was looking to stir some shit up, and then got caught in it. Maybe it wasn't, because he's back in the call-in queue now. So let's see if he gets through, and we'll give it a try one more time. We just give it a couple of seconds, because we already have one in the screening room. Actually, I'm just gonna see if I can pull this person straight up. Is that cool? Lux,
Yeah.
can I just pull this
Yeah.
person straight up? Is that cool with you? Okay, sick. Let me try again.
I'm sorry, I
Jonathan,
got
we lost you.
disconnected.
Are you back? Okay, good.
Yes, I
Good,
am.
good, 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 good.
If I disconnect again, then just forget it. Sorry.
Okay. So you were an agnostic and you thought about it some more and became a theist, and now you want to talk about the resurrection.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Sweet chicken. Okay. Cool. What's your question about the resurrection?
My question is just, what's your principal objection to it?
Do you want to start, Justin, or should I?
Yeah, it was up to you, but buddy, I got objections. I would say the first
I
thing
might
is
be
like
shorter.
you go ahead. You go first. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll very quickly. Is that there are 4 accounts of the resurrection in the Bible: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and they're all contradictory. They all say different things, and the only way to make it make sense is to assume that everything the Bible doesn't say is what actually happened. Whatever it doesn't technically not say is the actual story, and you just fill in the blanks with that. That's my principal issue with it. Besides like the philosophical side of it. But my principal issue with believing it is that we have 4 contradictory stories in the same infallible book. Now, Justin, talk for 30 minutes. Tell us what's up.
Okay, I would say the objection to the resurrection is, first of all, it needs to be substantiated first. Like when you ask, like, what is the objection to the resurrection? My first objection is, well, it's not substantiated. There's no evidence that it happened. But my second objection would be that there's about a dozen other possible explanations that make way more sense. And my objection to your resurrection story will be nearly identical to your objection to all of my resurrection stories. So if I tell you about the resurrection of Aristeas, are you likely to believe it just because there's like 8 different historians that write about it?
Oh, wait, are you asking me that, or is that a rhetorical?
No, I'm asking, like, if I tell you about Herodotus and Pliny and Apollonius, about how they write about this guy named Aristeas who rose from the dead, and there was many witnesses to it, are you likely to believe that Aristeas rose from the dead and became a Roman god and had his statue next to Apollo?
I don't know. I would have to look into that. That's interesting.
Right. So my point is, like, resurrection stories are pretty abundant in ancient literature, even in ancient historical literature. That's why, to me, the resurrection claims of Jesus are kind of nonsensical. And I think if Jesus did resurrect, the best evidence he could have of his resurrection is still being alive today. But like all resurrection accounts, the person that resurrected eventually disappears and is no longer available for questioning.
Okay.
Yeah,
So can
I
I
would
ask another
say,
question?
like, I would encourage you. You can look up. Let me see if I can get this on the screen here. Here is like literally just the Wikipedia of the motif of the resurrection deity, the dying and rising God. And you can scroll through and see just how many times this story happens across so many religions, and how it all tends to be the same kind of thing. So dig up into that. It's cool shit to study like comparative religion and see just how many things Christianity stole.
Okay. I'll have to look at that after, because I'm on the phone, so I can't see the YouTube screen. But I'll look back.
Sure.
Well, let me ask you a couple
Okay.
questions. To you, what about the resurrection of Jesus is convincing?
Well, it kind of related to something you said, which was that, but I guess I believe the opposite. I felt like it explained everything else that happened after better than the other theories, but I guess you don't think so, so I'm interested in why that is.
Well, I think the best theory is that, and this is one that we know happens for sure, is that there was an imposter who pretended to be the resurrected Jesus, something that's happened multiple times in history, some of them quite famous. For example, one of the followers of Pythagoras legendarily said that he's going to die and resurrect. And then he faked his own death, disappeared for 3 years, and then came back. That's Zalmoxis. And a lot of people thought that he rose from the dead. Nero, there was this huge legend of Nero that he was going to revive. after he had died when he'd gone away, and that he was going to come back and persecute the Christians and the Jews. It was such a popular belief. That's what Revelation 13 is about. Revelation 13, the mark of the beast, resolves in the Hebrew gematria to Nero. And in the Greek rendering of the name, in the Latin spelling of the name, it would be 616, which is interesting because our Latin manuscripts say 616 instead of 666. So like we have these resurrection accounts that we just know typically are done by imposters. And so in Matthew 13, kind of, I think, brings you to a mental state to prepare to see a impostor. In fact, Jesus says, beware that no one leads you astray. Many will come in my name and say, I am he, and they will lead many astray. This is during the Olivet Discourse. So I'm reading this, I'm saying, listen, I know that people die, and then people pretend to be that risen person for many reasons. I know that the Bible is aware of these traditions, and it seems like there's at least one passage that hints at it. So I'm inclined to believe that somebody pretended to be Jesus, and that was it. You only needed to convince one or two apostles, and boom, the whole movement was birthed.
Okay, I guess that's an interesting theory. I wonder, like, so how do you think that would convince them if it was just like a random different person?
Because they have no means of rejecting it. It was already part of their culture. So for example, when the resurrected Nero, probably the fifth or the sixth one in 88, appeared and convinced the Parthian army to go to war, there were many hundreds of people, some of them in high positions of leadership, that prepared to go to war thinking that the resurrected Nero was with them because they had all the signs of being Nero. He could play the harp. He could perform. Nero was a famous performer. He looked like Nero and sounded like Nero, and people were willing to believe it. And we find the same thing with Jesus. If you found somebody that's even vaguely familiar to Jesus, people would believe that it's Jesus. And it also explains why, for example, in John, when Mary Magdalene sees him at the tomb, according to the story, doesn't recognize him. Matthew 28, when Jesus is giving the final farewell to the disciples, it says that they were with him and they still doubted. Later, we find other people that don't even recognize Jesus. So it seems to be that there probably was just an imposter, which is why people couldn't recognize him, even though they spent 3 years with them day in and day out. And that's why you would doubt that Jesus resurrected, because you couldn't actually tell if it was a resurrected Jesus.
Okay, that's interesting. So in the Nero case, where is that from again? Like, what's the context of that? Sorry if you explained.
So there's actually quite a bit of data for the Nero imposters. In fact, there's even a Wikipedia page that's dedicated to it. If you look up Nero Redivivus, you'll find kind of a cursory overview of the Nero reviving from the dead legend. But I think Tacitus and Suetonius probably give the most popular, clear examples of it. I would also include the testimony from Cassius Dio. And between all of the Roman sources, Dio Chrysostom as well, between all of the Roman sources, there's at least 5 known Nero imposters.
That's interesting.
And also,
So
you might be
wonder,
familiar with the 3 Dimitris. Are you familiar with this one?
No, sorry.
It's actually a Russian version. There was a Russian version of a guy who thought was to be dead, and different imposters, 2 of them, came later and pretended to be that dead person. And one of them was so convincing that he had come back from wherever he was, come back from the dead, that his wife took him back and tried to have a child with him. And when all this went to court, when the real Dimitri did actually show up, because it turns out he wasn't fucking dead, they couldn't tell in court who was the real Dimitri.
Wow, that's kind of crazy.
Crazy.
It's like, I wonder how people are able to fool people like that, because like if I think of something happening like that happening present day, I would just think, wouldn't they just ask them like about past experience with them, and then they wouldn't have that knowledge? So then they would be like, that's not them. So I wonder
very
how
least
they're
have
able
them,
to fool them.
have them shoot an arrow through some axe heads or something, you know?
Right. Well, that's the thing is because of the way that the gospel is written, you're assuming that this is my opinion. I think you're assuming more happened than what probably happened. Like I don't believe there was an imposter that came around and hung out for 40 days and then disappeared. You only need to appear once and only convincingly produce one convert among the disciples, say Peter, who would then go tell the other disciples, and before you know it, that's all it took. That's the same way the rise of Aristeas was. It was always, oh, this other person saw it. Well, that person claimed that they saw it. But most of the recordings of Aristeas are not somebody sitting down and giving, here is my eyewitness testimony, which ironically is the same thing we have in the Bible. We don't have an eyewitness testimony from any of the disciples.
Okay. Yeah. I'll have to look
Right, like
more into all the stuff you said.
If you're John, right? Let's imagine you're John. You were probably one of the youngest disciples, meaning you probably lived later than some of the other disciples, and so you already saw like the early church, right? You already saw stuff happening in the early church where people probably doubted that Jesus resurrected, right? Wouldn't you write a gospel? First of all, John didn't write anything, but wouldn't you at least produce a gospel with somebody writing that had verifiable evidences that nobody could quarrel with? But like in the Gospel of John, we find no good evidences. There's no evidence in there that he rose from the dead. His story contradicts the synoptic gospels at every turn. They get the time of his death wrong. One says that John says it's at noon. The others say that it's 9 a.m. They get the day of his death wrong. John says he died over Passover. The others say it's one day earlier. When did he go and tip over the money changers in the temple? John has it way back at chapter 2. The other synoptics have it right before the Olivet Discourse. When was his feet anointed by the women, or when was he anointed with nard? Well, John has it, I think, 6 days prior to his crucifixion. The others 2 days prior to his crucifixion. The weird thing is we have like this Gospel of John, and it just doesn't agree with any of the 3 other sources. You would think if John was actually there, and he was the one that lived longest out of all of them, according to tradition, his gospel would be the longest, and it would contain most of the proofs, and it would be like John would do his best to quench any of the argumentation. But it's actually the worst gospel you can read to figure out what the historical Jesus did, because he disagrees with everybody.
Guys, like, just throw in there that, like, I know this is not relevant at all, but you're gonna, it's so, I don't know these words. I haven't studied the Bible like you, but you're talking about somebody anointing their feet with nard, and I'm just like, this is salvation. This is religion, and that it just sticks out to me so crazily as someone who, from an outsider looking in, that's a lot.
Not to rabbit trail, but it gets better than that. In the Arabic infancy gospel, we learn that there was a woman who was able to come, I won't tell the whole story, was able to come into contact with Jesus when he was circumcised, and she was able to obtain his foreskin, and that foreskin was then given to her nephew, who owned a business selling perfumes and things of that nature. And that when the woman came to anoint Jesus with the nard oil, it actually contained still the holy prepuce, or in fact the foreskin of Jesus, which means just like Exodus chapter 4, Jesus had to endure his own foreskin touching himself.
Wasn't there a great debate at one point about whether or not the holy prepuce like raised to heaven with him or is still here on earth? And like that was a whole thing, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
What a bind to be in as a priest at that time, having to argue about the calamari of a Bronze Age carpenter. That's what a life. What a life. Anyway, Jonathan, does this answer your questions? Do you have any follow-up questions?
Sorry, Jonathan, we unloaded a lot on you.
I'll talk about
Yeah,
foreskin
that's okay.
any day. So we got distracted.
Yeah, I think I'm good for now. I think I'll just think about the stuff you said.
Fair enough.
Righteous.
Well, thanks for the
Right.
question.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. Have an awesome rest of your day.
Thank you.
Bye. Well, I see we've upset some people in chat, and that's great. Hey, do you like this show? Why? But hey, we've got other shows for you too. Today it's me and Justin. Tomorrow it's me and Erica on Skeptalk. So buckle in for a long show there. We're gonna make Luxander and Stephanie Helms' life just immeasurably worse. Then we've got Chewed Gum with Alyssa and Taylor on Tuesday. On Wednesday, we've got The Hang Up with Matt Dillahunty and Blitz, PhD. On Thursday, we've got the Transatlantic Call-In Show with Dr. Ben and somebody. And then we've got a Cus I Wanna this Friday with me and Luxander. So Luxander and I will be doing a show there. And then it looks like there may or may not be another show on Saturday. I don't know what's happening there, but it may or may not involve Justin in it as well. That may or may not be. I don't know. It's got half the details here. So you got a Cus I Wanna with me and Lux, and then you got a Cus I Wanna with Justin and somebody. And that's the thing you can do. You can check that out now. Those are the shows for this upcoming week. And then we've got more shows for you next week. So stay tuned for all of those things. With that, we still have 4 atheists on the line. You guys are going to be waiting for a little while because we got 2 new theists now calling in. Do you have a preference between the 2 that we have? They've both been on the line for about the same time.
You know what? I'd be interested to talk to 18 and then 19.
Sounds
I think
good
18 will go pretty quick.
Let's talk to Michaela, calling in from Pampered Armadillos. And they should be. They're great little dudes, and they should be taken better care of. Who wants to talk about dealing with other people, but how to deal? How does one deal with people calling others with mental difficulties demon possessed? Yikes! Michaela, you are on the line with Forrest and Justin. How are you doing today?
Other than the snow, pretty good.
Righteous. So, do you have a specific instance you're talking about here? Because holy crap, I've got a lot to say about what you're talking about, but I don't want to run off on a tangent if you have something specific you want to talk about.
Well, I have a little sister who's 12, and she's going through a lot right now mentally, and it's it's like walking on eggshells in my home a lot. And it's bringing up a lot of past hurt of being called a demon myself, because she was called a demon awful long ago, and I was like 14 the first time I heard about that, and I'm like, ever since then it's just been kind of a thing that's been in the back of my mind. But hearing it it's been about 2 months now, hearing it again just brought up a whole lot of hurt, and I'm just wondering, like, I don't know what to think about it in general.
It sucks. It sucks.
Yeah, my parents are both. My parents are both extremely devoted Christians. Like, my dad's a deacon in our church, and he wanted to be a pastor, but he couldn't go to college for it. He's old. They're both boomers.
That doesn't stop most pastors, actually. Most pastors have no education. I think upwards of over 40% of U.S. pastors have not been to Bible college or seminary. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Right. So,
I can believe it. I went to a Bible college myself.
Yeah. Well, good. It's important to get an education in the things that you believe in. So, let me ask you a question. Are you still at home? Do you still live at home?
I do, but
Okay.
I do have a boyfriend that I'm planning on moving in with eventually, and that's something else. That's a whole other can of worms that I don't feel like opening right now.
Of course.
With my Christian family. But
so one of the hard things,
my little sister being called a demon, just
yeah. One of the hard things as the older sibling is you're not you're not terribly much older, so you can't really act as like a protector. Like you can't, like, for example, I had siblings that were like 20 plus years older than me because I'm the youngest of 8. And my older siblings were in a position where they could literally take care of me. If my parents were really bad to me, like I could go stay with my sister. Like, it wasn't that big of a deal, right? You're not in that position, right? Which means one of the things that you need, if you can, to do is try to help to keep the peace and not exacerbate the problem, because she's got 4 more years there. Did I hear she's only 14?
She's 12.
12, I'm sorry, 12. So she's got 6 more years there, right? So what you don't
And
want to
I'm
do
28.
is So what you don't want to do is inflame tensions, right? Because that's only going to make it worse, right? The one thing I would do
Which I
is
try
to
not
make
to.
sure that
I'm definitely the peacekeeper. I am definitely the peacekeeper in
Sure.
my family.
because they're going to take it out on your little sister. Like, you're probably old enough that they can't take it out on you, but they will take it out on your little sister, right? So if you can, you want to keep the peace. Secondarily is you've already been there. You know what it's like. So make sure that you're there to comfort your little sister when these things happen, and they almost inevitably do when you have a uber conservative family that like thinks that it's their job to beat you over the head with the Bible. The reality is they're going to continue to do it, right? So you can't stop them from doing that. You can have discussions with them. My experience is that parents who do that to their children are nearly impossible to talk any sense into. So, like, I wouldn't be under the illusion that you're going to talk sense into them. Parents that actually love their children, that want the best for their children, aren't going to be belittling their children, even if they are super religious. Both my parents were religious. Neither one of them ever would have dreamed of belittling me in that way because they love me. So the reality is, like, it sounds like your parents might have a little bit of animosity somewhere. I don't know where it's from, and it feels like they're taking it out in the wrong place, in the wrong way, right? So that means probably as an older sister, you might have to sort of support your sister in the midst of it, being that she's 12. She can't go anywhere. She can't do anything about it, right? And to be fair, like, what your parents are doing is not something that, like, your authorities will never care. You can't overrule them by calling authorities. They're never going to see a therapist, most likely. Religious people don't like to see therapists. I would suggest, if they would see a therapist, to see a good therapist, or even go to the pastor. Have them go and have a conversation with the pastor. When I was a pastor, if a family came to me and they wanted family counseling, and I found out that the parents were calling their children demons, I would have had a lot of really sharp words for the parents. So while most religious people won't go to counseling, you might be able to get them in front of the pastor and have the pastor resolve some things, unless the pastor's just as bad.
The pastor's the one that originally called her a demon.
Yikes.
And my parents are just
There you have
agreeing
it.
with him. Yeah.
Yep,
There you
it's
have
going to
it.
make
And
it
it
10
happened
times
with
worse.
me when I was her age too. And she
Yeah.
doesn't believe. She's mentioned it before. She's not a believer herself. She's mentioned it
Good
before.
for her. She's smart.
And
That's
that
at
she's a
least something.
lesbian.
That's at
and
least
it's
something.
like, yeah, there's a lot going
And I bet-
on in my family. And mind you, the age gap is massive between my mom and my little
And I bet-
sister.
And her
And it's
being gay
making
is
me-
absolutely feeding into that for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And it's
Yeah,
the
for
fact
sure.
that they're both my parents are boomers. Like, they were born in 55 and 47. So, and it's made
You didn't have
all
to
of
tell
this,
us.
all of
We
this
sussed that out.
situation. Yeah. All of my parents, like, all of this though is just, it's making me question my own faith. Like, my faith is not.
Yeah.
I am of the firm belief of the 10 Commandments and loving those as we love ourselves. The golden rule. I am not going to judge someone for the speck in their eye when I have a stake in mine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
But
to answer your question, your own personal home life is somewhat your business. I can't tell people how to act at home, but I would say this. I do think the best that you should try to be there for your little sister, because it probably will help her a lot at a minimum, just knowing that someone loves her and cares about her while she's going through it.
Yeah,
And
I would, if I could give any advice, like you like, good on her for being separated from this, and if you're questioning your faith and you want to call in and argue about God, we're here for you, but that's not the point of this call. The what I think is really good for you at this moment, it is to be very frank with her, that you would at least acknowledge the gravity of what's going on and that this is bullshit, and like letting her, because like that kind of talk, especially for someone who's LGBT, especially for someone who's that young, especially for someone who's going through like mental health issues, all these things, to then have authority figures, especially parents, and especially with a religious trauma background, coming in with that kind of language can be fucking devastating, and it can make them question themselves. So in the face of that much gaslighting, being the voice of common sense and reason, to say, hey, just so you know, it is no secret that their heads are thoroughly up their asses, and that this is absolute bullshit, and that they're making this up. This isn't biblical. This isn't what this religion's all about. This is just them and their hateful ideology pushing their nonsense, unscientific, like superstitious bullshit onto you. It is their coping mechanism for something they don't understand. It is fucked up. It is evil. You are not alone. You are not broken. You are not wicked. You are not demon. Like, letting her know that she's not fucking crazy by feeling very outcast in this situation. And then, as Justin was saying, being there for her as well. I feel like that's very, very important, because in that particular situation, with that toxic blend of authority figures, it can be very easy to gaslight yourself and to feel like maybe you are actually nuts and you are actually the problem, and there is actually something here that you should be ashamed of. And I feel like that's a really, really, really important thing for her as well, to get that message that this is not her fault or her problem.
Yeah, I get that. The one thing that kind of bothers me is I do sort of kind of see it from my parents' angle, just in the one simplicity of her girlfriend at the moment is significantly older than she is. And it's not saying, for me, it's not saying that she should break up with her because it's a girl. It's they should break up to protect each other. And that's where she doesn't understand that. Yeah.
Is she breaking the law? Because if so...
Yeah, I was going to say, how significantly older is what I want to know.
She's 14. Her girlfriend is 14, and
12 and 14?
My sister's 12. Like, I mean, it's not a huge age gap, but it's big enough to be a concern in my parents' eyes, and I don't really necessarily blame them in that aspect. If it would have been a guy, they probably would have been doing the exact same thing. If I was 12 and dating a 14-year-old boy, like, it's just a little bit concerning with the age difference of a 12 and a 14-year-old, and the maturity difference of a 12 and 14-year-old. And it's not for saying that she's dating a girl. It's just saying that we're concerned because of that. Even if it is a small age gap, it's significant at that age. And we also feel like she's
at that age,
pretty bad influence. She's a bad influence because her family's not the greatest. She doesn't come from a good family.
And she's still got some growing up to do, probably, and that sucks. So, like, yeah, it's that blows. And you're right. I agree with what you're saying. At that age, 2 years feels like 10, and it's crazy. And so, like, I get where you're coming from. But I don't know. I don't know how much that factors in to the deal with the parents specifically. I have nothing significant to say about dating at that age. As long as they're not breaking a law, as long as it's not like one of them's 12 and one of them's 18, you know what I mean? Then I would have some things to say.
Yeah, no, it's not that significant.
To be fair, I don't think 12-year-olds
mostly the background of both.
Dating, that's a bad precedent to start. They have literally no idea. They just got born into the world. But you know what you might do?
I don't know what dating is. It's different. I don't know. That's a whole other discussion.
Yeah. What you might want to consider doing is at least quoting some of the Bible passages to your parents, maybe even the pastor, when they say that kind of hurtful stuff. Quote them Matthew 22 when he says, if you're angry with a brother or sister, you will be liable to judgment. If you insult a brother and sister, you will be liable to the council. If you say you fool, you'll be liable to the fires of hell. Or like in Colossians, there's a bunch of rules in Colossians for proper Christian behavior. just hold that over your parents' head and ask themselves, like, hey, are you actually behaving the way that God wants you to behave, or are you behaving the way that makes you feel good? Because Colossians 3 says that you should clothe yourselves in compassion, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience. But I don't think calling
And
somebody
hopefully
demon
clothes,
meets
too.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's another massive. My family is extremely complicated, to put it lightly. My dad, being a Christian his whole life, knowing the Bible, wanting to be a pastor, studying it, all that stuff, it makes it really hard to quote Bible verses at him because he also has a verse for every verse, if that makes sense. So, like, he has a verse that he can quote back at me of being, oh, we have to be this way because we're trying to lead her the right way, kind of deal.
Doesn't control yourself. Was it? Who was the thing that somebody said, like, the devil can quote scripture to suit his purposes? I don't remember where that's from, but I've heard it all my life. And it's kind of a double-edged sword, because for you to be like, hey, you're quoting scripture wrong, you're doing it evil, then they're going to say, okay, well, you're doing that. It's weird. It's weird.
It's a very complicated matter.
Yeah, I think, Justin, you're better equipped for this, because my entire argument in this case would be fight like hell for your sister, and if that costs your relationship with your parents, and it does, but be there for her in ways that they can't, and be radically passionately there for her. Be very, very, very there for her, because you are what she needs at this moment. That's what I would be saying. But that would also destroy your relationship with your parents, potentially forever, and that may not be the sacrifice that you're willing to make. So it's up to you. And Justin probably has a lot more educated and compassionate ways of dealing with things, and I would have a lot more fiery and radical ways of dealing with things. So at the end of the day, Michaela, you've got a choice in front of you of, like, how much of your relationship with all of these people are you willing to sacrifice, and are you willing to fight for, and why, and when, and for how long, and what are these conversations actually worth to you, and how much are these relationships actually worth for you, and you've got some really, really careful calculus to do in this moment. But I think what Justin and I have been talking about here, the biggest thing is that girl needs your help, and so you've got to provide it. That's the biggest lesson that the biggest takeaway that I hope you get from this.
And that does help a lot, because I've been seeing it more as a try to stay on the outside as much as I can and not get involved, because I've been involved for months and months and months and months with these conflicts, and it's taking a massive mental toll on me.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Yeah, and my boyfriend has quoted the Bible to them on several occasions, and they won't listen to him, and he knows the Bible better than I do, even.
Yeah. Well, have him call in the show.
Yeah.
He kind of already did.
Oh, great. Was he the person who called in earlier and used an AI chatbot, or?
No. No, he was one of the atheists that called in earlier.
Oh, great.
And he listens to Justin a lot.
Your dad? I think you said your dad was a pastor.
No, boyfriend.
Yeah,
boyfriend.
My boyfriend.
Oh, right. Sorry. No, I'm saying have your dad call in. We'll fix him up.
Oh, my
have your dad call in.
Yeah.
That would be fun. That'd be a fun call.
He would honestly never, simply because he doesn't understand technology. He's old. Oh yeah, he's also a King James onlyist.
Of course he is. They always are.
Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, why not? Yeah, sure. Add insult to dick cheese. Yeah, that sucks, man. And like I said, I think you've got from the two of us, like, very different takes on this and very different angles on how to handle this. But if anything else, I hope that you're cool with just at least talking to your sister and being there for her, and letting her know that she's not alone and she's not crazy. That's the biggest thing. If you take nothing else away from the show, I hope that's the thing. And then if you want to go Justin's route and try to have logical biblical conversations with your parents, awesome. Do that. Fight like hell. Call us back if you need help. If you want to go my route and have a, for lack of a better word, come to Jesus moment with your parents and say, hey, I am going to take care of this child if you will not. I'm going to be there for her no matter what. And if you continue to alienate her, you're going to lose me. And like, do you want to have no children, or do you want to have 2 children that you actually love properly? Like, that's your choice. That's what I would do. But I'm also, for personal reasons, I have a very different outlook on these types of things. I hear that cat continuing to fuck up everything in Justin's life at this moment. But with that, I hope that
cats.
this has been somewhat productive for you, Michaela. We're going to move on to a few other calls.
Yes, it has. And I think I'm going to go more the route of I'm going to be the person that I wanted when I was her age. Because I went through a lot of similar things.
I think that's an incredible choice. I think that's a really, really good way to look at it. Just think carefully and then go do your best. We believe in you, Michaela, and we're here for you if you have any other questions or comments or concerns.
All right. Thanks, guys. You really did open my mind a lot.
I hope so. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Forrest, I agree.
Bye.
I think, the best thing that we can do in these situations, at a minimum, is we have to let the person know that somebody's on their side batting for them. Because otherwise, It's so easy to get demoralized.
Yeah, that's what I was, the one thing that I was reiterating earlier is just showing up for her and saying like, hey, you are not crazy in this situation, because it's so easy, especially at that age. Like, all the adults that you're supposed to trust are telling you that you're evil and you're crazy and all this stuff. It's common to believe them, no matter what they're saying. And so, like, giving her that space to vent and feel heard and feel seen and feel normal, that is so very, very, very important at that age, especially. And then, like I said, from there, it's totally Michaela's choice. Does she want to go the compassionate and slow route, or does she want to go the knockdown, drag out route, or somewhere in between? Maybe there's something that works for her where she's very gentle to a certain point, and then she draws a firm line in the sand. I don't know. Like I said, I know that you and I would have different conversations if we were in this situation. We'd have different ways of approaching it. And I don't think either one of us is absolutely correct or absolutely wrong. I can just tell because of my personal experiences, mine would be a lot more, I don't want to say violent, but like a lot more definitive than yours might be, a lot more open. And that's, hey, it depends on what you want and what kind of relationship you want to have or preserve or protect or guarantee or safeguard or whatever. That's all very personal, and no way that we can give you a solid answer. Do this and then this will happen. This just doesn't happen. Difficult times on the after show, on the Sunday show after dark. But we have 4 atheists still on the line. We lost 1 theist, but we have several other people calling in already. So let's try to clear some lines. Yeah, I know we lost our 1 theist, but it's okay.
They had a transcendental argument. I'm sure neither one of us have ever heard the transcendental argument. I was getting ready to get converted.
I would have become a Christian. Let's try really quickly. Peter? Question mark? Yeah. Let's do Peter. Sure. From gubernatorial aristocrats. And you know what? That's tautological in that sense. Who wants to talk about martyrdom? Peter, you were on the line with Forrest and Justin. How are you doing today?
I am doing great. How are you guys doing?
Couldn't be better.
Right. Awesome. So this is my first time. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I was going to read what it said on the call screen, but you can just say it to us.
Oh, well, actually, how about you read that, and then I'll because I've got like just a little bit of preamble to like lead into what this is going to be about.
So what I've got is, does the martyrdom of the apostles lend credence to the faith? The answer is no. But what did you have to say?
Right. So I want to make this clear. So this is my first time calling after I've discovered the line a few months ago. I've listened to a lot of your debates with theists. I was born into a family of conservative evangelical Christians, and I walked away from the faith shortly before I turned 18. Within a few years, I'd accepted that I was an atheist. There were occasional conversations that I had with my dad about whether Christianity was truthful. given my very young age at the time, I wasn't really the best equipped to grapple with his claims, and then he passed away in 2019 from complications with cancer. And my lack of belief is something that I've just never really discussed with my family since then. But lately, I've been thinking about this whole thing a lot more and really deeply deconstructing what I used to believe in because I was raised to believe in it. And there's a particular talking point I remember him making that I've started digging into, and I haven't really seen you guys discuss this yet, and forgive me if you already have. So my dad cited a particular argument, which was that Jesus' apostles were martyred for their beliefs, and since they had claimed to have witnessed Jesus' resurrection, they must have been telling the truth, because otherwise, why would they be willing to die for something that they would have known wasn't true? However, I've also been reading that biblical scholars are apparently claiming that, like, the Gospels weren't even written by the apostles themselves, and they were apparently written decades to centuries after the fact. And I'm not finding any verified sources that are verifying that the apostles literally claimed to have witnessed the resurrection.
Yeah. So two things. Number one, it is true that we have, like, there are no eyewitness accounts in the Bible. But also, like, even if that wasn't the case, like, the claim that people will die for their belief, therefore the belief is true. Okay, so every Muslim suicide bomber proves the truth of Islam, and like there's people today that will die, that will and say they will and do die for Christianity. And that's a thing. Like, when you go to any VBS, any vacation Bible school here in this country, you will find little children being taught to say, yes, I will die for Christianity, I'll die for God, all these things. So factor in, say these people were eyewitnesses to something. That doesn't prove that what they saw was actually real. They could have been under a misapprehension. They may have seen a magic trick. We just talked earlier on the show of all sorts of instances of people faking resurrections and people believing them. Even one case of someone, someone came back claiming to be someone's husband raised from the dead, and she got back with the guy who she had never met before. And so, like, this is a thing that happens. People are deceived. People are confused. People see magic tricks. People are lied to. People are, because of grief, because of faith, because of whatever, people are led to believe things that aren't true. And we have evidence of today that even 2,000 years removed from that, people who have never witnessed anything even close to a miracle in their life are still quite willing to die for those beliefs. So no, this doesn't tell you anything except for the fact that some people died because they believed the thing, if those stories are indeed even true.
To be completely fair,
Justin, do you have anything else to throw in?
I certainly do, but go ahead,
good.
Peter. I'll respond after you.
Sorry. So to be fair to the claim, the idea is that the apostles themselves, the ones who supposedly were like the closest followers of Jesus, who supposedly claimed to have witnessed the resurrection, but then again, there doesn't even seem to be verification for like that base claim to begin with. We're not just talking about, like, let's say the 9/11 hijackers who would have believed that they were doing Allah's bidding, but rather these are people who supposedly walked with Jesus, talked and ate with Jesus, supposedly claims to have witnessed the resurrection, then dying for that belief. I guess the question is, like, wouldn't the proper response to that possibly be something to the effect of, like, citation needed that these people actually claimed to have witnessed the resurrection?
Well, I think
that's
we've got
certainly a part of it.
We've got better objections. For example, we don't know the manner of their death. Where we're told about James, the son of Zebedee, in the Bible, about his death, and it didn't seem like something he had the opportunity to recant. He wasn't told, recant of your belief in this resurrection or we'll kill you. That wasn't the circumstances of his death. The death of Peter and Paul. Paul, first of all, never met Jesus. He's not an eyewitness to shit. Not a damn thing. Peter, he does appear to have been martyred in history, but we don't have an eyewitness account from Peter. In fact, I don't even think First Peter is from Peter, and even in First Peter, we don't get an eyewitness account of diddly shit. So the reality is, we have no actual eyewitness accounts, and the other disciples we only know about their death from texts that come hundreds of years later. And one of the most famous deaths is typically the death of Peter, right? Peter famously was crucified upside down. We learn about this particular death of Peter in what's called the Apocryphal Acts of Peter. In this text, literally there's a wizard's duel between Simon Magus and Peter, and then a dog is imbued with the ability to give a speech. In fact, here's part of it. It says, "You shall now see a great and marvelous wonder. And Peter, seeing a great dog bound with a strong chain, went to him and loosed him. And when he had loosed the dog, he received a man's voice and said unto Peter, What dost thou bid me do, thou servant of the unspeakable and living God?" So literally, these stories about the death of the disciples include talking fucking dogs.
Well, there is a talking donkey in the Bible too. So I mean, it's not that far removed from what's in the Bible.
All I'm saying is, like, these apocryphal stories that recount the death of these disciples should be treated as apocryphal. They're nonsensical stories told hundreds of years later. We have no reason to believe their validity. The only two disciples that I think were even close to martyred for the faith outside of James would be Peter and Paul. And Paul wasn't a witness, and Peter was out of his mind.
Right. Okay. I don't really have a whole lot of like pushback to give, because I'm not a theist trying to make this argument. I'm just a not particularly like great arguer, just like looking at people who I think are, you know, doing a stellar job consistently of arguing with such apologists and getting their take on this. So
I would also add this, you know, to Forrest's point, there are people who gave their lives for the supposed Messiah they believed in. 916 people for Jim Jones. They believed that he was the Messiah. The same with David Koresh in the siege of Waco. 70 people willingly gave their lives. And there are 4 of them still living today that still believe that David Koresh is the second coming of the Messiah. I spoke to one of them on my live stream. She still believes today that David Koresh was the second coming of the Messiah.
Well, the two stories that I'm always sort of the two stories that I'm always sort of stuck on is so the alleged martyrdom of Joseph Smith. Now, he wasn't actually martyred, but the Mormon Church wants you to believe that he was martyred, which kind of parallels what you know, Christian apologists try to make you believe about Jesus' apostles. But also, of course, you have the devotees of Satya Sai Baba, someone who lived in our time, who supposedly did everything that Jesus was capable of, and there's millions of supposed living eyewitnesses. It's like, but we definitely don't believe in this, right? So why should we believe in some, you know, these claims from like 2,000 years ago?
I talk about Sai Baba quite a bit whenever people call in and say, you know, well, all these people saw Jesus, and it's like, that you have a fucking Iron Age, you know, book that says this with no verifiable evidence. Meanwhile, there are, like you said, over 1 million people who attended this dude's birthday and funeral in India that can tell you today that they saw this person walk on water, and you don't believe them. So, like, yeah, no, it's very true. Anyway, with that, Peter, does this answer your questions? Because we have several other calls on the line, and we got to keep moving.
Yes, it does. I am okay with being booted from the call right now. Thank you, guys. You were great. I'm glad to be here.
Wonderful.
Sure
Happy
thing. Good to hear from you.
Thanks so much for calling in. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Take care, Peter. All right. Good calls so far. Interesting calls so far. I learned about a wizard duel and a talking donkey, and I'm very excited. Talking dog, pardon me, and I'm very excited about that. Let's
It's a wild text.
It sounds amazing, and I want to read it now. Let's talk to Tim, pronouns he, him, calling in from noticeable yaks. And aren't they usually, you know? Who says atheism leads to homelessness? Tim, hopelessness. Atheism leads to hopelessness. Tim, you're on the line with Forrest and Justin. How are you doing today?
Doing all right.
I should have
Bill
said
is Warren
noticeable
stuff.
yodelers. I've been leaning on yaks too much lately. Should have said noticeable yodelers. Tim, you say that atheism leads to hopelessness. No, it doesn't. But for the fun of this call, I'm going to explain why Christianity leads to hopelessness, but I'll let you start.
I'm not a Christian.
Oh, what religion do you believe? What God do you believe in?
I'm a deist.
A deist. Okay, I'm going to explain why deism leads to hopelessness then.
Sure.
Okay, so you go
want me
ahead.
to
You start.
explain? You want? Well, first of all, I'm using atheism to mean both. I know atheism is just a lack of a belief in God, but however, a lot of the atheists I see on here on the internet also, reject the idea of an afterlife, reincarnation, anything beyond naturalism. Like, I'm using it as a catch-all because most of the atheist people I talk to also reject all those beliefs. And I
do
think
too.
when there's all these unfalsifiable, I know they're unfalsifiable, but we have such a small amount of knowledge as a human. Why are you against someone holding out the hope, and not just holding out the hope, but you think you have enough information to reject that there's anything more, that we might wake up in a new consciousness? You believe that's not going to happen. I mean, you're shutting
Tim,
down.
what about
I
a
don't.
deistic God has
don't.
anything to do with an afterlife? If the God that you believe in
Yeah.
is truly just a deistic force, then that useless deistic force doesn't give a damn about whether or not you live forever. So are you a deist or a
I would also
theist?
point out that, like, there's you started out by saying that there is lack a belief in God, and then you crammed in these assertions that we actively don't believe that there is such a thing as an afterlife. I reject those claims too. I don't believe those are real, but I'm not saying I do believe that they are not real. I have no reason to believe in an afterlife. I have no reason to believe in a soul, a spirit, any of that, for the same reason and in the same way that I have no reason to believe in a God.
It's the sum of all those beliefs. I understand you think it's possible, but you think it's probably not. Every kind of afterlife, every kind of supernatural force, every single one of those, you say, I don't think that those are true. And I just think it's the sum of so many possible things. How can you reject them all in summation?
It's not the sum of
Exact
anything.
same reason
Prove
for every
there's
one of them.
evidence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The exact same reason for all of them is I don't have any evidence for this. I don't have any good reason to believe in this. I have plenty of evidence to the contrary. This doesn't fill any explanatory holes in a way that really means anything. And things that I don't know, I'm willing to just say I don't know. Those are the exact same reason for pick your favorite of any of those things.
You have
Also,
plenty of
I'm going to explain to you why deism leads to hopelessness as soon as I pin down what the hell you mean by deism. Because clearly we're talking about different things.
Deism is just the idea that there's a creator and that he doesn't necessarily interfere with the world. But however, you could say that he had a plan, or it or whatever had a plan when it created the world. But that doesn't. He just.
I was
doesn't
gonna point out that it's
in.
You said "or it" once, but I find it odd that the rest of the time here you're using he/him pronouns for this.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what you. I don't care what you refer. It's just that's how language has come to me. Like how. So if you want to say he,
So
if you
it's a misogynistic
really
monotheistic tradition. It's because
I
of
don't care if
misogynistic
you want to say she,
monotheistic
that makes
tradition.
you happy. Whatever makes you happy.
Sounds like you're a theist.
What?
You're not a deist. You're a theist.
It's closer to. It's a lot.
Why
closer
am
to
I not a
theism, it
deist?
sounds like weird.
Why am I not a deist?
Because the deistic God has no interest in the affairs of man, and there's literally no reason why you would go from deism to an afterlife. If there's a deistic God, there's zero expectation of an afterlife. That's something you added to it that makes you feel good inside.
There's a form of deism that that God doesn't interfere currently, but that in the formation of reality that there could have been a plan written into it. I'm trying to remember.
Why do you think your deistic God is going to give you an afterlife?
I don't necessarily think that comes from my belief in deism.
Well, then deism leads to hopelessness, just like atheism. I'm finally you're finally with us. There you go. You die, and that's it.
It's not just that
Cheers.
belief that you reject. You reject afterlife. You reject reincarnation. I mean, to me,
give us a reason not to.
If we have an unlimited time ahead of us,
give us a reason not to.
The chances are that we're going to come back.
Listen, you can cry all you want about how you don't like our position, but until you can prove those things to be true, we have no reason to accept them.
You don't have to accept them, but you can.
I mean,
but
Forrest, how would you like this argument?
People down.
So this argument, it would be like without the belief in the tooth fairy, Forrest, there's no hope when you lose a tooth. Mm-hmm. You believe in the tooth fairy now?
I don't. I certainly don't. There's no reason to.
Interesting how that works.
And it's funny enough, it's for the exact same reason that I didn't believe in the tooth fairy before you said that. It's because there's no evidence for such a thing, and there's no reason for such a thing to exist, and I have plenty of evidence against such a thing existing, so just no reason to believe in that at all. And Tim, just to be very clear, like I can't stress enough that like this is not a worldview we're trying to push upon you here. It's just simply I don't believe something without a good reason to believe it. And you're talking about this creature that lives somewhere, either in space or outside of the universe, that made this universe as we know it, that there's something called an afterlife, that there may be something called reincarnation. Like, these are all massively expensive claims. These are not simple little trivial things that we can just take for granted. These are massive claims that are very, very expensive. And you're putting it out there as if it's reasonable for us just to like, hey, maybe one of them's a thing. Maybe, who knows? Like, that's just, I'm sorry, that would be inconsistent of us to do. So it's not like we have this like overarching worldview that we must reject all these things and press it upon people. We are using the exact same rules of logic and reasoning for every single one of these claims individually. And what you get is the overall result that we don't think any of that shit's real. By the way, your worldview leads to hopelessness, and I'm going to explain to you why as soon as we get through this.
What is your test that leads you to believe that is definitely not true? Like, what's your test for it? There's no reincarnation.
How many times do I need to repeat? How many times do I need to repeat that I am not saying that is definitely not true? I'm saying I have no good reason to believe that it is true. So I'm just going to go on with my life as if it isn't, because I don't think that it is. I don't know for sure that it isn't, but what I can say is that the idea of reincarnation would require such a thing as a soul or a transfer of consciousness or something, and I have no evidence of anything like that existing. It would need some sort of an ether by which these things pass through. No evidence of anything like that existing. It would need some sort of way for one consciousness or soul or whatever to get into another living thing. No evidence of anything like that happening. It's just bullshit on top of bullshit on top of bullshit to explain bullshit, and I have no reason to believe that any of it is real.
Well, first of all, who says you can't do it with matter and energy?
What does that mean?
Do what?
Reincarnate using matter and energy.
Why would we believe in reincarnation?
What part of me that is either matter or energy represents who I am as a person and is also transferable?
Your what's inside your brain, maybe? Your brain matter?
Neurons? Cells?
Yeah.
So how do these cells in my brain get into a new person?
I mean, you have an unlimited amount of time. It doesn't have to be a person.
Okay, how do the cells in my brain get into a new anything? Except for, I guess, consumption.
I mean, you have an unlimited amount of time for matter to move around and do anything. Unlimited.
Right. But what happens first of all, no, it's not unlimited. The universe we have the heat death, at which point nothing's moving anywhere. So that is a time limit on the universe, theoretically. Second of all, the matter in my brain is currently organized in the shape of cells. If those cells are not in that shape, my brain doesn't exist, my personality doesn't exist, I don't exist in this form at all. And that breakdown happens within moments of death. So, like,
we don't know that some analogous structure.
What does that mean?
We don't know that some analogous structure can't reconstruct your consciousness.
The sheer amount of neurons in my brain, that in the precise configuration that they are in, I'm pretty confident in saying that exact thing is not going to be reconstructed at any point in history. Do you know that every time you shuffle a deck of cards, that is almost certainly the very first time in the history of ever that those cards have been, any amount of cards, have been in that precise order? Because 52 factorial is a number bigger than, like, the number of atoms in the universe. So, like, every single time you mix some cards around, almost certainly that is the only time in history ever that those cards will be in that exact order. You have far more neurons than 52. So, like, it stands to reason to say that the exact configuration of neurons in my brain is nothing that can be recreated at any time, especially considering the fact that it is constantly changing.
It could be close enough to reawaken your consciousness. It could be some analogous structure.
Okay, so when we talk about reincarnation, you're talking about something that is a rough approximation of my personality with none of my memories or experiences whatsoever.
There's something that lights you up. There's something that lights you up.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
You don't necessarily. You might have two different moments in your life where you're going about your day and experiencing whatever you're experiencing, but those are both you, but they don't have any consciousness of each other. You might forget, but that doesn't mean it wasn't you then and it's not you now just because you forgot. You could have no memory.
What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with lighting me up?
I still want to hear an answer to one of Forrest's previous question. What's the mechanism that would be causing all this reincarnation to happen?
Just time. I mean, you have an unlimited amount of time. I think there's an unlimited amount of time. Forrest doesn't.
In 1 billion years, our planet's going to be annihilated by the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
where are we going to be reincarnated to?
Will float somewhere else.
Yeah.
I mean, and when it comes to, thinking there's other things.
No, hold on. You didn't answer my question. Where are we going to be reincarnated? Where are we going to live? Are you suggesting we're going to be reincarnated on the Earth after it's already been destroyed?
Yeah, because the atoms, the energy go elsewhere.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. What's so ridiculous?
What do you think energy is, by the way? What do you think energy? Because it sounds like you have a fundamental misunderstanding what energy is. What do you think energy is? Energy is not a thing. Energy is the measurement. It's a property of things. It's a property of stuff. It's the change in velocity and location of stuff. We call it energy, but
the matter.
Energy is not a thing that has independent ontology. I don't. You can't have energy just existing on its own. It's a property.
Mm-hmm.
So the reality is, in a billion years, we're not going. Nothing on this planet's going to exist, and then we're done. That's all there is to it. There's no reason to believe that all the atoms in our entire planet are going to eventually reconfigure in this exact arrangement.
Not your entire
and then
planet.
we're going to be reincarnated again on this planet, and that we're going to have a chance to live again just to die another 10, 15, 20 years later. Who gives a fuck?
No.
What,
not your
Tim,
entire
what is all this
planet.
What is all this reaching for?
Wait, why not the entire planet? Why not the entire planet? Why do brains...
Well, it could if you have a literal unlimited amount of time. Well, what's the difference between that and like a multiverse theory?
A lot. And also, just to be clear, Tim, do you have any training in physics whatsoever?
No, and I'm not claiming that I have a science
okay. And so just to be clear,
expertise, but however,
just to be clear then, you have no training in physics. I'm a biologist. I have like some undergrad training, but nothing serious at all. Justin, do you have any training in physics?
Brother, I studied the Bible and electricity. I don't know fuck all about physics.
Okay, so you've got three people here who don't know a great deal about this, but from what I do know about it is when we talk about the heat death of the universe, tens of billions of years and trillions, however many fucking years in the future, you get to a point where energy equals zero, where temperature becomes zero. Absolute zero happens, where everything is so spread out and diffuse in the universe, and every proton has decayed so that there is no difference between any two things because there are no more things. Time stops, energy stops, everything stops. There is nothingness. Permanent, perpetual, time means nothing. That's the heat death of the universe. So
you think that the known you think the known universe is like the only thing there is? Like why would the known universe be all there is? I doubt it.
No, and I'm not, and also I didn't say the known universe. I just said the universe. I'm talking about everything, brother, beyond what we know. Now it may be true that there are other universes. I don't know what that means. Is that a serious question, or are you just fucking around?
What's that?
If it's beyond what we know, how do we know?
You said you don't know. I don't know. No,
I don't know if you can repeat
Maybe
like what I don't know if you can repeat the
objection. You said there's going
to
be a heat death, and that will be the end of everything because nothing will be in motion, or the matter will be gone, or...
Are you familiar with what the heat death is?
Vaguely.
Okay, so just brief summary from somebody who's speaking outside of his field here is that the universe is expanding, space is expanding. So right now, we can see out in the universe and see other galaxies and shit. However, the farther things are apart, the faster they are expanding away from each other, just like raisins and raisin bread rising. So we have this thing called a light horizon, where something is so far away that it's expanding away from us so fast that it's moving away from us faster than the speed of light. So even the light coming off of it can never possibly get to us. This is when we talk about the known universe. We're also talking about the knowable universe. There is a bubble of the universe that we are in the center of that we cannot possibly know anything outside of because it's moving away from us faster than light could possibly move towards us. And so even if there was something there, there's no way we could ever possibly know about it. As the universe continues to expand, at a certain point, every single galaxy will be an island universe because everything will have expanded past that light horizon in relation to everything else. So every single galaxy, as far as they know, is the only galaxy in the universe. And then you go farther than that as those galaxies fizzle out, every last star dies, every last planet crumbles, as energy continues to equalize, because that is the thing about thermodynamics, is that energy is always trying to reach this equilibrium state. As this continues to break down and things continue to expand, as matter decays further and further and further, and the very last protons just fizzle out into nothingness, you eventually get to this state called the heat death of the universe. Called that because The concept of heat is just how much energy one thing has as opposed to something else. That's all heat is. It's just the vibration of shit because it has more energy at that particular instant. And so the heat death of the universe is the very moment when the last bit of energy equalizes, and literally everything in existence has the exact same energy state and nothing matters at all. There is no more motion. There is no more light. There is no concept of time because there are no events anymore. Nothing precedes anything. It is just stopped. And temperature equals 0 Kelvin, the absolute zero where all matter and energy and everything, there is no motion anymore. Just done. The universe is over with. So now you can say you have infinite time, and it means as much as when you say whatever happened before the Big Bang. It means fucking nothing. Nothing is going to happen after that. So even in your system of whatever the fuck reincarnation looks like, there's an end to it. There is something called death for everything. Does that bother you? Or are you willing to just, like, are you going to hoke your way around that? Like, what are we doing here?
When was this theory come up with, and how long has it been the going?
Does it matter? Why genuine question, why does it matter?
10 years from now, they might say this is not the case.
Okay, so it's that. That's why it matters. Is because you're part of the science denial club that says science was wrong before and it's going to be wrong.
How do I know for sure? How do I know for sure?
How do you know for sure that the Earth is round?
Pretty sure a science guy said it once.
I can fly around it.
You can fly around it? You can do that right now?
I can buy a plane flight and go around the world.
Yeah. Did
have you ever
religion
done
tell
that?
you that?
Have you ever flown around the Earth and checked? How do you know you didn't fly around the circumference of a disk?
Well, the community of people that agree to that is much like, I have a much larger frame of people. Like, we have a larger history to know the Earth is round compared to this theory that there's going to be heat death. I mean, and these are evolving theories from physicists. But you do
understand, Tim,
I need to accept it.
That there was a time that they didn't say the Earth was round. We said something different. So how do you know they aren't going to change their mind in the future?
Well, I don't know for 100%, obviously. But I mean, I'm pretty sure, based on my senses and the consensus, and, you know...
What about the Earth going around the sun?
Yeah, I believe in that.
What about the orbit of Pluto? We haven't even known Pluto existed long enough to see it orbit. What about evolution? We're learning more about that every day, and that idea has only really been around for 200 years.
A lot more grounded in basic, like, physical realities that I can see versus, like, hypothetical or, like, stuff based on equations that is so far from...
Tim, you only have two options.
You don't think the heat death is based on equations?
I do. Well, yeah, obviously it is.
By the way, the idea originated with Lord Kelvin in 1852. By the way, it's been around for some time.
Okay, but you don't think
weird
it's more
that matters?
Mm-hmm. Tim, there are only two options. Either the universe is going to expand into a heat death, or eventually it's going to contract into another.
Hold on.
Is going to contract into another hot, dense state and possibly expand again, like a cyclical universe model. Either of those two models is utter annihilation for all of us.
Okay,
that's it.
And you guys are telling me based on this,
so it doesn't matter.
So you're telling me based on what you understand, you're almost positive there's nothing more beyond our life right now, based on our tiny human understanding.
We didn't tell you that. It's almost like you weren't listening.
Well, that's what you're getting at. Obviously, that's what you're getting at.
No,
what we said is we have no reason to believe it until there's a reason to believe it.
Yeah, I brought that up just in direct response to your argument that with infinite amounts of time, anything is possible, which is just like philosophy bro on Reddit talking about why technically there might be a world where everything in this world is happening, but it's all made of cats. And it's like, just, it's not serious. The reason we don't believe in reincarnation is because there's no good reason to believe in reincarnation. And as a biologist, I can tell you that, like, there's nothing that I've ever heard of that is anything close to a soul or a transferable mind or a way in which one brain can perfectly reconstruct another brain or anything like that. So there's no reason to believe in anything that you're talking about. And also, gonna get into the end here where it talks about why everything you have told us does lead to hopelessness as well. Because the fundamental thing here is that you're saying that our atheism and our rejection of any kind of afterlife for lack of evidence is a hopeless position. No, it's fucking not. I'm an extremely hopeful person. I'm not hopeful for an afterlife, but I'm very happy that that's not a thing as well. So I don't know what you want from me.
You're
I'm
hopeless
having a
for
fucking
anything
blast.
beyond this current life. Fact. That's just a fact. You're hopeless beyond any.
I don't.
And you base it on a limited scientific understanding, because we
do
are
you
limited.
hope? Just to be clear, do you want to have intestinal parasites?
Of course not.
Okay. Are
Too fucking
you
late.
doing everything in your power to make sure you don't get intestinal parasites? Like, are you going out of your way to make sure you don't get parasites in your life?
To some degree.
Would it be reasonable for me to say you are hopeless about getting intestinal parasites? You have lost all hope that you might get intestinal parasites someday? Would that be a normal, reasonable thing for me to argue? Or does it stand to reason that that's not something you wanted in the fucking first place?
Yeah, it's certainly something that I do not want.
So here's the thing. I don't care about this concept of an afterlife. It isn't appealing to me any way that it's been presented to me at all. And all the possibilities don't make any sense. So you're showing this hopelessness at me as if it fucking matters. I have tremendous amounts of hope in my life. I have tremendous amounts of hope for the future after I'm gone for other people. I have no interest in an afterlife. And the ones that have been presented to me sound fucking awful. So I'm happy with what I've got. Is it so fucking wrong for me just to be satisfied with what I have instead of greedily wanting some other life that doesn't make any scientific sense, and to try to use bullshit apologetics, the exact same apologetics that creationists and anti-vaxxers and flat earthers use about science could change its mind someday, and who knows, because I didn't study science, so maybe the scientists who did study it are wrong. That exact same bullshit thinking. Why would I need that? Why is it reasonable for you to call me fucking hopeless in this case?
Well, how could you not define that? You're hopeless for anything beyond this life.
I don't want anything beyond this life.
So, Tim, you need to understand how hope works. If you're hopeless for something, it means it's something that's desirable. If it's something you don't want, you're not in the state of hopelessness. Like, I don't want to wake up and see my kittens gone tomorrow, which means that's not something I live in hopelessness for, because I don't want it to happen. You understand? So, like, if you want the afterlife, then yes.
About intestinal parasites.
There you go.
Well,
his example was spot on, and it went right over your head. And here, Tim, here's what I think.
I understand. Okay? You don't want that. I understand.
Tim, here's what I think. Pay attention for 5 seconds. I'm not going to take a bunch of your time, okay? I think you're wrestling with your own self-doubt. I think you're the one experiencing existential dread. You're the one experiencing hopelessness, and you don't know what to do about it. And you're lashing out at other atheists because you don't know how to deal with your own dread. See an actual professional. There's a friend of mine in the community named Dr. Joe. She specifically specializes in deconstruction therapy and recovering from addiction therapy. That's who you need to talk to. Don't come lash out on us. It's okay to be
not so
afraid.
much for you. Can I speak for a second?
Mm-hmm.
It's not so much your own hopelessness. Like you don't care for that. I understand, but there's a whole world of people that do, and I understand when it's Christianity, and there are things that you can point to that are wrong about it that make it contradict reality. But you're speaking about scientific theories that you think everything will end based on. So that's your entire model for, there's nothing more. I just think
No,
obvious
it's not.
it's
contradictions
not
of
the
reality.
entire model, Tim. You weren't listening at all. Atheism
That's
is
not
not a
model, and
model.
I can't get
That's
it. We have reiterated this a dozen times, and the only reason I brought up the heat death was in direct response to a claim that you made. That is not why I don't believe in an afterlife. That is not why I don't believe in a God. That is not why I don't. None of it. We covered several times why I don't believe in those things.
Yeah, and atheism
And as
doesn't
far as
entail
me-
that there's no afterlife. Buddhists and people in the East believe in an afterlife when they don't believe in God. You're linking your God belief to the afterlife because you're terrified of death.
Mhm.
That's it. Just go be a Buddhist.
I can't get it's so fucking frustrating because you keep saying, oh, we're talking about these scientific theories. Yeah, I'm talking about the things that the people who study this stuff for a living and do the math and the equations and all the shit you said didn't exist. Those people are telling me what's going on here in ways that actually logically make sense to me. And so for the same reason, like when I dig into biology and I learn a bunch of shit, I'm hoping that they take me seriously if I can explain it properly. Same vibe here. I'm not taking it based on faith. They have evidence and they're backing up their claims. And even though I'm not a physicist, I can wrap my head around it enough to have a conversation about it. It's not just I'm taking some scientist's word for it and believing the theories.
But it's based on, like I said, the known universe. Why
Yes,
assume
all
there's not
science is.
more that could completely throw that out of whack?
What's
And
the
what
difference,
in the long
Tim?
run?
Leads to God.
What is the difference? What is the difference between you saying that about physics and some creationists saying evolution isn't true because it's only based on what we know right now, and there might be something else that comes along that completely disproves evolution? What's the difference?
Because we actually see evolution happen. Like it's not just.
And we see physics happen.
Yeah, we see physics. Do we see the total heat death of the universe?
When we apply the universe, or when we apply the physics that we see right now in a big scale, we get the heat death. When we apply the evolution we see right now on a big scale, we get macroevolution for the past 3.8 billion years. So
Okay,
again,
so you get
the exact same arguments that you're giving me here are the same arguments that creationists use. Or you weren't there when the dinosaurs roamed, blah, 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 so you don't know for sure. Now, we can see microevolution now, but not macroevolution. Same exact fucking argument. And it means the same nothing.
Even if you assume that that's totally true, there's going to be a heat death. How do you know that there's not other energy in other places in the universe that can't come in and
how do you not know that the tooth fairy is out there? Again, just saying
Yes.
I don't think
there's
that's
things
the
you
tooth
don't
fairy.
know, therefore all possibilities could be true is bullshit. We don't believe in things just because you think it could be possible. We believe in things that have evidence that leads to those conclusions, which is why we don't believe in a God, which is why we don't believe in an afterlife. If you have evidence for those things being real, you would have presented them already, but you don't. All you have is, I'm scared of death, therefore, let me just appeal to anything could be possible.
It is.
I don't really feel.
It is
feel
the
scared of
actual definition of the argument from ignorance.
I really
is that
don't feel
this
scared of death.
This technically isn't proven as not a thing, therefore we might as well assume that it is. That is the definition of the argument from ignorance.
It's just like there's so much more that we obviously don't know, and obviously we're in the infancy of what we're going to know about physics. I think less so than we're in the infancy about knowing about evolution.
And the stuff that we learn could make God even less relevant.
Figure it out. Seriously, go become a physicist and figure it out. And until then, listen to what physicists are saying about it, because there's
and
no.
then
It is so
and
fucking
then I'll
useless.
know that there's. And then when I do that, then I'll know that there's not anything after this life. That's what you're telling me.
Nope.
Just so I can come to that.
So Tim, at this point, I am actually just fucking done repeating myself. We have both told you, I can't even count how many times, that we are not saying we know for sure there's nothing after this life, that we don't disbelieve in an afterlife because of anything in physics or anything like that, and that the reason we don't believe in these things is because of lack of evidence, positive evidence towards that thing, not because of the existence of evidence to the contrary. We have repeated this more times than I can count in this call. So at this point,
And everyone else should come to the
just
same
being an
conclusion as
asshole.
you.
If
Everyone
they're
should
being
come to the same
intellectually honest,
conclusion
I
as you.
think they probably should, because that's the point of skepticism. But if they have a good argument against what I'm saying, they should call the show and let me know. But what you've given us here is not a good argument for anything. It's just you having your head firmly lodged up your ass and saying everything in science might be wrong because maybe there's this thing that may be somewhere.
I didn't say it's wrong. I didn't say
means
wrong.
that I
I
can
said
just come
there's
back to
more
life someday.
information.
More information that you have
I
not
didn't
done
say wrong.
any diligence to learn about at all. So at this point, you're either just being deliberately dishonest or you just aren't fucking listening. And frankly, we have 7 other callers waiting, and we've been talking to you for 35 minutes, and you still are at the beginning of the conversation.
When I admit it's only reasonable to think there's nothing more beyond this life, then that's when I become a reasonable person.
Nope.
No,
and
you
your
become
shitty ass
reasonable.
straw man only betrays your narcissism.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
You become reasonable when you stop believing in fairy tales that have no evidence.
By the by, I was going to tell you at the beginning why your worldview believes to hopelessness. You do, because you have no evidence for anything you've claimed in this call. By the way, I was going to tell you why your bullshit leads to hopelessness. It's because this afterlife that you're proposing would be an infinite and inescapable loop with absolutely no relief of coming into existence without any knowledge of your prior existences and no way to learn or grow or develop in any way. And it's all the result of an indifferent God who leaves us as outcast wanderers in an evil universe that is completely inimical to human life, if not overly hostile to human life.
What is whether it's evil have anything to do with it?
Way to live. It's a terrible way to live. It's because it leads you hopelessness. It leads to hopelessness. Everything you just said is a hopeless way to exist. And that was what I promised to give you at the beginning of the call. With that, Tim, we're going to move on to somebody who's serious. So feel free to call back sometime if you want to try, really actually having an adult conversation rather than just telling us what you feel. It sucks for 37 minutes now. It sucks. Anything for you, Justin?
He had trouble articulating his argument, so I did formalize it while we were talking in a syllogism. And let me know if this helps you out, Tim. Premise number 1, wah. Premise number 2, boo-hoo. Conclusion, I'm the big baby.
That's awful.
Sum it
That's
up.
awful. At this point.
That sounds mature on your part, huh?
Yes. We have reached the point of the call now where we are actually just laughing because this has been fucking redundant and you haven't been listening and you've been strawmanning everything we've said and just refusing to actually engage properly with our premises. So, don't know what you expected out of this, Tim, if you can't argue honestly with the people on the phone with you. We're going to move on now. Have an awesome rest of your day, Tim. Feel free to call back sometime if you ever want to, actually try. Bye. It's just so fucking lame for 37 fucking minutes. And then you're going to be like, oh, so if I agree with you, then that's the only way I can be reasonable? Come on. That is that I said it betrays your narcissism because that is absolutely the narcissistic parent of fucking, oh, well, I guess I'm just the worst mom in the world then, huh? It's that exact thing.
Dude was
exact trope.
In serious stages of cope. He's not dealing with his existential dread well at all.
It sucks. Let's move on. We have a couple other theists, and then we have a ton of other atheists. So keep on waiting, atheists. Sorry to keep you on there. Let's talk really quick. To Emberly.
I got no curfew, and I've still got a quarter bottle of eggnog. So let's rock and roll.
Hell yeah. Justin gonna get crunk on eggnog while we talk about Jesus. Let's talk to Emberly, pronouns she and her, who thinks that you misrepresented something. Emberly, you are on the line with Justin and mostly just Justin. How are you doing today? Emberly. Amberly,
Hello.
if you're calling in on the web caller, oh there you are. Hey,
Hello?
hello.
Sorry. Right. So, Justin, this was, I'm not sure how long ago. I forget, and I don't remember who you're talking to. You were talking about conflicts. There were a few of them, but I didn't kind of get around to all of them, because I was kind of only half paying attention at the time, and I didn't get to all of them before you moved on.
Yeah. Struggling to pay attention to the argument makes for a really good starting point of correcting somebody.
Yeah, and that's why I wrote, okay, so I said, unless I misunderstood, you misrepresented one specific Bible passage recently. I wrote that in the chat and someone recommended I call in. So that's why I'm here.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So
Which verse?
you were talking about Jesus' baptism and what he does immediately afterwards.
Yep.
Where there's a difference, you said, between John and one of the other Gospels, one or two of the other Gospels.
John and Mark are the two clearest examples, because in John, he doesn't do what he does in Mark. In Mark, he immediately goes into the wilderness. In John, he calls his disciples.
Right. And I suppose the main reason I looked at it and it looked like it was a misrepresentation was because the passage in John doesn't, unless I'm looking at the wrong one, doesn't look like it's actually talking about his baptism at all. It's talking
Except it
about
is. It
Jesus
literally
wandering past,
describes it
and John points him out.
at his baptism.
Can you? Because I'm looking at it.
Yep.
Which
Yep. Chapter 1, verse 35.
Chapter 1, verse 35.
The next day,
Yeah,
again, John was
so-
standing with two of his disciples, and he watched Jesus walk by and exclaimed, "Look, here is the Lamb of God." The two disciples heard him say this, and they followed Jesus. That's the next day after what?
Yes. It's the next day after John gave the testimony, "I saw the Spirit come down from heaven as a dove and remain on him." It's the next day after John saw Jesus coming toward him and said, "Look, the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world."
No, it's
So
the next day after the
after
Holy
John
Spirit descended as a dove.
Jesus. It doesn't say that.
John
It says
chapter
it's the next
1
day.
is not John chapter 1 is not giving you a play-by-play of John giving you a testimony of something else. And just to be sure,
Isn't that-
Emberly, I already know this bad argument. I've heard this one before. This will not end well for you.
Okay. Can you?
What
Because
was John doing in John chapter 1? What was he doing when Jesus walked by? What was he doing?
Jewish leaders, and he was baptizing people, presumably.
He was baptizing. You
Maybe.
got it. He was baptizing people, and then Jesus walked
But
by.
not Jesus.
Says they asked him, "Why are you baptizing if you are neither Messiah nor Elijah nor the prophet?" And John answered them, "I baptize with water. Among you stands one whom you do not know, the one who is coming after me. I am not worthy to untie the strap of his sandal." This took place in Bethany, across the Jordan, where John was baptizing. This took place across from Bethany is the baptism events. This is not where John decided to give his written testimony to anybody. This is describing the baptism of Jesus. The next day he saw Jesus coming while he was baptizing motherfuckers in the river. That's what happened.
Presumably, for John to baptize a lot of people and get asked specifically by Pharisees and important people, "Why are you doing this?" he would have had to do it for more than one day, more than 1 week.
Yeah, he was baptizing a bunch of people. If you know the legend of John, that's how he got his name. He was a baptizing fool. We call him John the Baptist.
So what I think I'm reading in this is that John baptized Jesus sometime before this event, and then
It doesn't say that.
he, it doesn't say
According
he
to
baptized
chapter
him.
1, John is baptizing people in the river. The Pharisees approach him doing his work and ask him, why are you baptizing people in the river? He says, one is coming. The next day, the dude came. On the next day, he saw Jesus coming towards him, and he declared, here's the Lamb of God. This is the story. These are the events on the next day. He's describing the next day events. And then the next day after that is when he calls his disciples. The next day, John again was standing with two of his disciples. The next day that is repeated over in these passages are referring to the storyline, not about after the day John gave his testimony. That's asinine. Here's what you need to do, Emberly. Just be honest for 5 seconds and admit that this is a contradiction. John contradicts the other gospels on a dozen occasions. This is the tip of the iceberg. They can't get the day of Jesus' death right. Can't get the time of his death right. John says he was already he was on trial at noon. The other gospels say he was already crucified by 9 o'clock. Doesn't get his last words correct either. John doesn't agree with the synoptics. That's why he's not a part of the synoptic gospels. This is not a debatable issue in the scholarship. This is only a debatable issue for people who haven't actually read the Bible, and they're reading this for the first time and going into the heavy cope mode.
Where is it? So, staying with this passage, what part of John speaking in verse 30, 31, and John continuing to speak verse 32, 33, 34, about the time he baptized Jesus?
You didn't ask a question. You almost got there. What's the question?
Yeah, sorry. I'm people often say I'm annoying to talk to because I'm slow. Sorry. What part of, what's that? 5 verses of John, 6 verses of John talking about Jesus.
The story is talking about John. The story is recounting John's events and John's words. The next day, he saw Jesus. He, meaning Jesus, is coming, and somebody else is writing this about John's life.
Yep.
The next day, John, saw Jesus coming and declared, here is the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. This is a story being told about John.
And presumably, though, in the same conversation, in the same statement, he says, I saw, past tense, the Spirit come down.
That's how quotations work, yeah. That's how quotations work. You nailed it.
So this is the same statement where he says, look, current tense, the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. And then
it's a different day.
I saw the Spirit come down from heaven.
It's a different day.
This is verse 29.
It's a different day.
It doesn't say the next day yet.
A different day. Verse 29 says the next day.
Yeah. Verse 29 and verse 32.
So verse 27, he says, the one who is coming after me, I am not worthy to untie the straps of his sandal. His encounter with Jesus comes the next day. There's 2 days. These are 2 separate events in John's life. The second of them is the baptism.
Okay.
And in the baptism account, we have an account of the events, and we have account of John's words. This is not hard.
I guess my argument would be that first day is not prior to John baptizing him. Rather, he says, well, at least in my translation.
Then what does next day mean? This is basic reading comprehension. The next day after what?
I'm saying the first. Okay, yeah. So there are 3 days in this
The next
passage,
day after
right?
what?
First day, next day, third day, right? Where the first day is the one where he says, "I baptize with water, but one among you stands, one you do not know." That's the first day. The next day after that, John saw Jesus coming towards him and said, "Look, the Lamb of God who takes the sin away the sin of the world."
And was
the
he
next day after
baptized on that day or
John was
not?
there. No. The next after that,
Then-
John
then
was there
there's-
with his two disciples.
then you're
and he was
wrong.
recruited disciples.
Then you're wrong. What was Jesus doing with
Can
John
you-
at the river?
I don't know, wandering past, it says.
Oh, he just randomly included this story in John for no reason. The author of the Gospel of John randomly included a story where Jesus just walked by John at the Jordan for no reason, just because he thought it would be fun for the story.
Because John is
Have you thought through this apologetic before? What a nonsensical story.
John's an important part of the process as the precursor to
The
Jesus,
process of what?
which is why he's included.
The process of what?
Of Jesus' story, and he directs the main thing John does in
the process
John the
of
Baptist
what?
does in John.
The process of what? The baptism story is supposed to be the christening event of Jesus's adult life.
Yes, and I'm suggesting it's not
There you go.
included in the book of John, and it happened before
It is included in the book of John.
the first day in this passage.
It's included
There's
in the
nothing
book of
about-
John. It's included
There's
in the
no-
book of
there's no
John
actual sequence.
because prior to the baptism, John says that there's one coming after me. I am not worthy to untie the straps of his sandal, which is what he said prior to his baptism. And then later, we learned that he was baptized by John. When Jesus walks by, he says, "This is he of whom I have said, after me comes the man who ranks ahead of me because he was before me." And John testified, "I saw the Spirit descending from heaven like a dove." This is the baptism. This is when Jesus gets baptized.
I don't think it necessarily is.
It
he's
is.
talking about. He's definitely talking about the baptism.
This is the baptism event.
The first day in this message.
This is the
It's talking about the
baptism.
baptism event. But
What the fuck was Jesus doing at the
don't
river with
understand.
John?
I don't understand like the sequence of event that I'm hearing here, and I'm just I don't know anything about anything, right? But like John says, a very important person is coming to get baptized, and then we have another passage where Jesus is at the river with John, and then we have another passage where John says, "This is the person I was talking about. That is very important. That is coming to get baptized." And then we have another passage where Jesus is baptized by John. I don't understand how you are saying that these events are not talking about the same event, that these different passages are all talking about different things. Square that circle for me. What are we talking about here? What are we missing?
Okay. So, okay.
But this is what happens
so
when
this
you don't
passage-
understand the text and you've come to correct the person who's read it.
And that's I wanted to hear an explanation for why you think this passage says Jesus got baptized during it, and I
Because it clearly
might be misunderstanding.
is a recounting of Jesus's baptism, which is why Jesus is at the river with John. Do you think they just hung out at the river and held hands all day? What do you think they were doing there?
I mean, later.
Do you think they were grabbing acid at the river? What are they doing? What are they doing at the river?
Jesus was a friend of John to the point that he
What
was
are they
saddened
doing?
when he was told.
What are they doing there?
Being friends. Jesus was a
They're
friend
just
to John
hanging
to
out by
point
the
that he was
river
saddened.
now.
Being friends.
Jesus was friends with John to the point that he was
This
saddened when he
is
was told
embarrassing
that John had been
what it
killed by
is.
Herod.
So they went. So okay, fuck me, dude. So John's at the river doing baptisms, and he's like, "Somebody's coming that is so amazing. I don't even have the authority. I shouldn't even untie his sandals." And then Jesus shows up, and he's like, "Here's the guy This is the magic dude that I was talking about. And then at some point, we know that Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist. And you're telling us that because you don't know a passage that specifically says, and that particular moment that we're talking about here, that's when it happened. That passage isn't there. And so it is reasonable to assume that Jesus went to the river when the baptisms were happening, and John was like, Jesus is coming. And then John was like, Jesus is here, y'all. And then they were be friends. And then later they did. What's the point? Why write it that way? Why would the story be that way? Why would they not include this context? Why are you reading it that way? That's so much more complicated. And it sounds like you're just doing the same thing. Like when I talk to people about the resurrection and I tell them the 4 different stories of the resurrection, and they're like, well, technically it doesn't not say this happened. It sounds like that's what you're giving us here, dude. Is just like, it didn't not say that they didn't do the baptism later, so that's probably what it was. Why any of that?
Well, so you could argue this passage does imply Jesus was actually not baptized on this day given.
No,
Jesus
it doesn't.
Points at Jesus coming towards him and says,
how does it imply that?
Lamb of God. And he says,
how does it imply that?
The reason he knew, he says,
Emberly,
he points
in their
to Jesus coming
encounter,
towards him.
what does John say? What does John say? On day number 2, what words leaves John's mouth while he and Jesus are at the river? What words leave his mouth?
Okay. Well, firstly, before Jesus gets to the river, when Jesus is coming towards him, John says, look, the Lamb of God. Secondly, John says...
What does he say once he gets there?
The reason I know... He says, the reason I know Jesus is the Lamb of God is because I saw the Spirit come down on him. If the baptism happened after John saw Jesus walking towards him and said, look, the Lamb of God...
Didn't answer the question. What does he say on day number 2 when Jesus meets him at the water?
Lots of things. Look, the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. This is the one I meant when I said, the man who comes after me has surpassed me, and he was before me. I myself
this is
did not know
he
him,
of whom I said, after me comes a man. This is he of whom I said, after me comes a man who ranks ahead of me because he was before me. I myself did not know him, but I came baptizing with water for this reason, that he might be revealed. So John, the day Jesus meets him at the river, says, I'm out here baptizing because of this mofo. And you think in that instance, John's like, I'm not going to baptize this motherfucker. Not today. I've got to wait at least 40 days.
I think in the instance, John has already baptized him.
What a ludicrous thing to believe.
Why what did Jesus do? What he says, I'm baptizing people because of Jesus, but you think he already did it. So you're saying that like Jesus just commissioned more, like he hired the guy? Or why is he saying that? Why is he saying I'm out here baptizing people because of Jesus if he's already done it for Jesus?
Because he was baptizing lots of people. He was baptizing more than just Jesus. And Jesus was the significant reason why. But he wasn't just turning away people saying, no, it's not you, I'm waiting for Jesus.
Was he baptizing them for Jesus? Because that's what, correct me if I'm wrong, that's what Justin just said. Is that he said, I'm here doing this because of Jesus. And you're saying he's already done it to Jesus. So did Jesus tell him, I need you to do it a shitload more now. Keep going. Get back down there. Get to work. Like, is that what happened? And if so, what scriptural evidence do you have of that?
This is scriptural evidence because...
This is embarrassing is what it is. This is not scriptural evidence. This is cope at best. You're twisting yourself into a literal pretzel, ignoring the plain meaning of the text because you can't handle the fact that the scripture has contradictions in it. That's what this is all about. You believe that the Bible is inerrant, and because you found one contradiction that you disagree with, you came here to set the record straight, thinking I haven't already heard this pathetic excuse for a contradiction resolution. Just say it. Do you think the Bible's inerrant? Yes or no? We can fix this real fucking fast.
Yes.
Yes or no? There we go. So you don't
That
think the Bible
explains it.
has even one error in it, right?
That's a simplistic description of, but sure, let's go with that.
Literally, the first page of Matthew and the first page of Mark both contain an error. Which one do you want to go with?
Is that all right? I kind of want to stick with this one because you still haven't convinced me you're correct. But
No,
sure,
because
let's
you're
skip to a
wasting your
different one.
time. You're wasting your time. Because
Okay,
you're only doing
let's
this
go
because you
Matthew
think the Bible's
first.
inerrant. As soon as we fix your Jesus goggles and show you that the Bible's not inerrant, you can stop worrying about John.
I'd appreciate that. Let's go to Matthew because that's first.
Okay, Matthew chapter 1. How many generations are between David and the exile?
Right. Okay. The one where it skips out 3 kings. It says there's 14.
Mrs. 4, yeah. It says there are 14 generations. Is that true? The answer is no. The answer is no, it's not true. Joram was not the father of Uzziah.
Yeah, and I'm not going to argue with you on something like that. That
What does something like that mean?
something that's clearer than the John passage I was trying to deal with. Where
You're not
but
going to
you're only
argue
doing
over
the-
a contradiction that's clear. You're going to argue over a
Yes,
contradiction that you can obfuscate. But a clear contradiction you're not going to argue about because that would mean the Bible has an error and you can't believe that. I appreciate the honesty, Emberly.
The reason I wouldn't argue over it because I don't know the answer in that case, and there are
because it's a contradiction.
Weak justifications.
It's a very clear
weak
contradiction.
Justifications I've heard. Yes. There's weak justifications I've heard from some people on why this might be the way it is, and it's whatever. Which is why I said inerrant is a bit more complicated than just no errors. It's. I know.
What's the difference?
Words.
What's the difference between inerrant and no errors?
So in this case, as one simple example, the Bible kind of implies that pi is 3 in a particular part in the Old Testament, which I don't know if you're familiar with. Presumably, Justin at least is.
I'm familiar,
It's talking
but I
about
don't use that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't waste my time with
you
that.
don't normally use it. Yeah, you don't normally waste time with it. You don't normally use it because whatever, it's an error.
I do because I'm a silly bitch.
Kind of irrelevant to the larger point of the Bible, is the idea. And admittedly, the one in Matthew is a bit less irrelevant than the pi equals 3 thing. I don't know how to answer that one.
No, Matthew is quite relevant because Jesus's lineage is contrived at best. The author of Matthew has no idea what he's doing, which is why in Matthew chapter 27, he misquotes again the prophets. It says, "Then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah. And they took 30 pieces of silver, the price of one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price." That doesn't come from Jeremiah. I'll Venmo you $100 if you can find that quote in Jeremiah.
Okay, just can you remind me which verse that's in Matthew?
Yeah, Matthew 27:9.
Okay, thank you. Just because that's faster.
If we're doing contradictions, I'd love to go into Genesis too, because as a biologist, I have some questions about Genesis. While Emberly is looking for that passage, I drew a giraffe and its spots kind of spell out the word scramps. Isn't that cool? Look at that. He's a long, big-bodied giraffe, and he's got scramps on the side. Yeah.
It's a piece of art. That's wonderful.
That's the shit that happens in nature. Isn't God great?
Well, it depends because you could have them mate under the guidance of some striped rods, according to Genesis, and produce some striped offspring because they were looking at the rods.
That was one of the things I was going to bring up. Is like, is this how heredity works or not? I was also going to bring up Genesis 1 and 2 being completely different creation stories and having different stories of where animal life comes from. One of them almost sounds like evolution.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Emberly, you find the
like
resolution?
I wouldn't have called to challenge Justin on those stories because I don't have good arguments for them. I had a look at how my Bible justifies it, which because I don't have. My Bible seems to imply that the 30 silver came from a different book, and then the bit about the potter's field immediately afterward is the bit that comes from Jeremiah, because it's implying they're linked, and it's like this is Jeremiah saying stuff about that's not something I'm currently holding a strong opinion on.
Of course not. And when did Jesus clear the temple? Was it once or twice?
Okay, I think that was another one you brought up the same time you brought this up, right? And it wasn't one of the ones I've managed to go check.
This was
on.
one
I
of them.
Guessed probably once, but which verses are you going to have me look at?
No, I'm just asking you. How many times do you think Jesus cleared the temple of the money changers?
Sorry, no, I said once. I didn't think that might have.
Once.
I assume probably once.
So then if it's once, we've got a huge problem because John has it happening the first Passover after the baptism in chapter 2. Chapter 2 of John, he clears the temple.
Yes.
He doesn't clear the temple in the Synoptics until just before the Olivet Discourse. 3 years later.
3 years later.
Remind
John
me
and the Synoptics don't agree. Oh yeah, what's that, Forrest?
I have after
Which
this. I have a
Mark?
question about a contradiction that I have, and I want to know what arguments you've had about it. I want to talk about when did Ahaziah become king?
Which verse in Mark was it? Or Synoptics, sorry? Do you know?
I guess I lost track of the question.
Okay, never mind.
When was the cleansing of the temple?
That's another contradiction I will acknowledge I do not have an answer for.
Right. And what time was Jesus' death?
So yeah, okay. I'm running out of time. I don't know how long this has gone.
Well, my point is this.
For your
okay, I'm not trying to beat you over the head. All I'm trying to do is demonstrate to you that there's no point in twisting yourself into a pretzel over the contradiction between John and Mark when it comes to post-baptism events, when there's a dozen other contradictions in the book. Like, you don't have to do all this work trying to get rid of this one contradiction when you've already got a dozen more that you have to contend with that are even worse.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your discussion. I have been watching the line for some time. I got here through Luxander. I wanted to, if it's okay, there's one little question that is unrelated. It might be insulting in its premise towards the line itself, so I don't want to ask it without.
We all be careful. We have extremely fragile egos.
No, I know you don't, but like, I don't want to be rude. If you're okay with that.
Yeah, go for it. Root it up.
All right. I have been enjoying watching the line, and I'm trying to, stress test my beliefs. But I'm worried that it's not actually a good thing to do for this reason. This is sorry, there's a bit of lead up. Certain people were very against the idea that Charlie Kirk did politics correctly because they said,
Oh boy.
he's not doing debate, he's just walking onto campus, forming a crowd full of people who mostly agree with him, and attracting people to just embarrass themselves and create clips.
Are you trying to relate us to that and
not
ask
really
how we're doing
debate.
something different?
I was hoping you could respond to me, tell me why I can keep watching you, because I want to keep watching you, but I don't, and that's why I said it could be rude, and I was worried about asking it.
Unlike Charlie Kirk, we number one, we have open platform across the entire internet for anybody to call into. We only ban people if they're like really shitty, but other than that, we usually let people call in 1,000,000 times and continue to be obnoxious and rude and whatever they want, as long as they're having, some sort of entertaining or productive debate. We tend to try to talk about the things that we are actually have some sort of expertise in. And if we're talking outside of our fields, we're generally pretty good at explaining our outside of our fields. We're not racists. We don't, like you said, surround ourselves with people who only agree with us. We do have fans. We have people that watch us, but that's certainly not the point of the show. We have people who don't like us that watch us all the time that call in and say that we've changed our minds on certain things. The most close approximation I can think to calling us, similar to Charlie Kirk, is that we are engaging in informal public discourse. The difference is that we are willing to back up our sources. We are willing to show why we know what we know. We're not white supremacists. We like to kind of engage in serious discussion about things rather than just trying to get little clips and quote mines and whatnot. We don't make a living out of expressly only engaging with people that we know are less experienced than us. We are actually trying to have good faith discussions rather than just being professional arguers. There's a million reasons. I think a great example of why we're not like Charlie Kirk is you can. Sorry?
That second last one was I've forgotten how you worded it, but that was helpful.
We're not racists.
No, well, I mean that one. You may as well just say we're not wrong, which is I suppose it's true.
Charlie Kirk was wrong about a lot of. Charlie Kirk was wrong about a lot of things, and also he was a white supremacist.
Yeah, but like debating shouldn't be only open to people who are right about everything, I guess. No, so
didn't say that. So I'm wrong about shit all the time.
Exactly. Yeah. Anyway, I don't remember what it was. The second last one you said before I said something was helpful. Thank you.
I don't know. I've been rambling.
I don't know either. Sorry.
I do be rambling.
The words.
We're not misogynists,
but the idea kind of did. No, again, that's just
we're not transphobes.
Again, we're not wrong. But yeah, those are helpful, but not the main point. Anyway, thank you.
We're okay.
Well, thanks for calling in, bud.
Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah, I don't know how anybody could look at what we're doing and then be like, well, that's just like Charlie Kirk. You build a platform out of saying deliberate misinformation to mostly just college kids so that you can get YouTube clips making you look smart. As opposed to this, where we have a show almost every day that goes on for several hours at a time, all of which is recorded in public broadcast, all of which anybody can call in and participate on, where we actually have people with expertise in various fields trying to talk about the thing that they specifically know. I don't know how you can compare the two besides just saying that we're both provocative. I don't know.
I mean, that is the case.
I wanted to ask
In fact, I purposely kind of ride on the edge of provocative. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. It depends on the audience. I was talking about this earlier. I was on Creaky Blinders show, and like I was talking about that exact same thing. It's just like if you know, I have frequently called the Bible like an Iron Age sex and slavery manual and shit like that. And it's very different. If I'm having an earnest, serious conversation with a Christian, I'm probably not going to use that kind of inflammatory language. If somebody's already being a dick or they agree with me, it's going to be you know what I mean? It's like carefully provocative as opposed to just a fucking Nazi with a microphone. By the way, the thing I wanted to ask you about is this guy. I've got to find both of the things. So it's in Second Chronicles, and then there's the other one, which I think is in Second Kings? Question mark. I should have it noted here. It's this guy named Ahaziah, Ahaziah in my King James version. And his father is the king, and his father dies, and so Ahaziah becomes king. And in Second Chronicles, it says that he 42 years old was Ahaziah when he began to reign, and he reigned for 1 year in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Athaliah, and is the daughter of Omri. And then in Second Kings, it says the exact same thing, but it says 22 years old was Ahaziah when he began to reign. He reigned in 1 year in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Athaliah, the daughter of Omri. So in Second Kings, he's 22, and in Second Chronicles, he's 42. I wonder if you've heard that before and what the common counter argument against it is.
Yeah, so there are a couple counter arguments, and unfortunately, none of them are really good. So typically, the counter arguments for these numerical issues is that either one, it follows the Septuagint tradition versus the Masoretic tradition, and they're different in the two different traditions. One, you could chalk up to like a scribal error, and I'll give you an example. So in Acts chapter 1 or Acts chapter 13 and 1 Samuel chapter 13, we get a line in those two passages, Acts 13:21 and 1 Samuel 13:1, where in the Greek, in the LXX, the Septuagint, we've just got an admission or an omission of how long Saul reigned. It's broken. Like, we don't know, right? And then, for example, there's another one that's just broken. See, but there's a couple of them like that, and the numbers differ between Kings and Chronicles quite a bit. And most people believe it's because the textual witnesses weren't well preserved, and when they got broken, they had to get filled in with like anybody's best guess. And so, for example, on how long did Saul reign, nobody really knows. We don't have a manuscript that actually preserves the entire thing. And that's how numbers get lost. So the reality is that particular contradiction is most likely from scribal error.
Okay. I'm curious because like I usually use it as an example the same way that in Judges, there's that guy, his brother's about to become king, and he tells like the parable of like the trees deciding who should become king. But he never says, this is a parable, y'all. He just starts telling the story. And so I use these things as examples when someone says that just a plain black and white reading of the Bible is absolutely true. Then that's a problem, because in this case, you have to have some context. And in this case, with the 22 or 42, the best case scenario that I can think of is something like that, where it's like, well, there's these different ways of writing and at different times, and this got translated, blah, 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 which, okay, that's still, you have to say that this Bible has a flaw then. Because if you can't just read it at face value, then it's not good enough, you know? If you want to say the Bible needs to be interpreted and it's flawless as long as it's properly interpreted, we can have that conversation. But I read a lot of the people like the Answers in Genesis types, where it's like, no. Every word is true as it is. And there's no such thing as a mistranslation or a misinterpretation. It's just every word is true. And that, in those cases, I want to know if that is a functional talking point. Just curious about it.
Yeah, I think it is. So the only reason why I don't use it in my debates is because I think there are a lot of Christians that are willing to accept scribal errors as part of the tradition, right? But it's a fine line. You don't know. There are some people that will hold to biblical inerrancy, but then you'll find a clear scribal mistake, and they'll be like, well, sometimes there's mistakes, right? So I try to pick ones that can't necessarily be chalked up to a scribal mistake, ones that really just appear like somebody told a different story, or they had a different idea of what actually happened.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. And by the way, that's another way that we're not like Charlie Shitbag Kirk, is like, I didn't know a thing for sure, so I consulted an expert live on air to tell me whether or not I was wrong in front of tens of thousands of people. We got probably about 2,000 people watching this now. We usually get about 30 to 40,000 people within the first week of these shows being up. If I was really wanting to defend my brand of being, super smart all the time, that would be a stupid thing for me to do just then. Anyway, with that,
to be sure,
we've got,
it could just be a straight contradiction. I just personally think it's a scribal error because there are multiple scribal errors of the nature within the text. And like, it seems the most plausible reckoning.
Interesting. We've got one more theist on the line, and then we've got 4 atheists to get through. So we're going to jump right into our last theist call, and it's a crowd favorite. Somebody who called in earlier on and had a very interesting and emotional call. We've got Arlen calling in from Articulated Raccoons, who wants to talk a little bit more about gender and its relation to his faith. Arlen, you are on the line with Forrest and Justin. How are you doing today?
Doing great, Forrest, and I see Justin's here today as well.
Hell yeah.
Indeed.
All right.
You got the both of us.
So I guess, yeah.
Bible man and biology boy.
Yep. So I was going to talk today. I took a little bit of a sabbatical to sort of learn some things. I went to this, there's this place, not in my hometown, but it's like a place, it's about a 30-minute drive. It was like this LGBTQ center somewhere. But basically, so I guess for context, when I was brought up, when I was a kid, the idea that my church had was that, if you were, that these things like trans people, gay stuff, it was all, we said, oh, they're totally real, but but they're products of the fall of Adam and Eve, and that all the things that have happened since then, it's just generational decay is kind of what it was called. And that was the truth that I held to. I guess I still kind of hold to it, but I'm not. After talking to these people, they don't seem, they're polite, they're nice, they don't seem to be like, violent or angry, anything like that. It just, I don't know, it just seems, I don't know. Seeing this stuff in person, I don't know if all the fall of Adam stuff is necessarily 100% true when it comes to
a couple of things.
These gay and trans people.
Yeah, a couple of things really quick. First of all, I want to congratulate you and sincerely thank you for doing that, for going out and taking the advice to go make new friends and talk to these people in person. Do you know Good Mythical Morning with Rhett and Link? Really popular YouTube show?
No, sir.
Okay, so Rhett and Link are they're these really, really famous OG YouTubers. They've been around since the platform started, practically. And they have this stupid popular show called Good Mythical Morning. Let's check really quick. Good Mythical Morning right now has 19.4 million subscribers. So they're very, very popular guys. And they were both super Christian. They're from North Carolina. And so they were both super Christian at one point. And Now they're not. They're both atheists now. And when they were talking about their deconstruction story, what you just described was part of it. They had people who worked on their show that were like active participants in this thing that was making their living that were gay. And they were like, they talked about it in an interview once where they were like, I remember hugging this guy who worked for us, and I love this man. He's such a good person, and he's such a good friend, and he works so well, and he's just a great guy, and I really love this person, and I am taught that I'm supposed to revile him, that I'm supposed to hate his sin, and that he's actually wicked and evil and going against God. And they said that they couldn't reconcile that in their mind, and that was a major stepping stone in their deconstruction. And this is something that we see quite a bit with people who are biblical literalists, very fundamental Christians. I don't know what kind of Christian you are, but like these people who have that kind of that Matt Powell type theology that you're talking about here. Matt Powell and Answers in Genesis, they both say these same kind of things where it's like, you know, the fall happened, and now every generation, our DNA is degrading, and sin is causing us to become worse, and blah, blah, blah. And back before the flood, people lived for hundreds of years, and now we barely make it to 100 because we're just so corrupt, and blah, all these kinds of things. And people believe that. And then they get to see how beautiful the diversity of humankind actually is. And they get to see how awful this philosophy and this faith actually is. And they let that part go. And then they start questioning other parts of the Bible, and they let these other parts go. And then before you know it, they're kind of like, I don't have a religion, I have a relationship with Jesus kind of people. And then they start thinking about what that actually means too, and this Jesus character, and this whole concept of sin and eternity, and how that doesn't really sound good at all. And then they say, oh, well, they're kind of like more pantheist kind of thing, and there's like this idea of God that's out there, and they're not really a part of it, and it's not like a serious monotheistic thing. And then that falls apart, and then everything's kind of like a god, and they have this pseudo-animism kind of thing, and then eventually they just become atheists. And so like I just want to let you know, like, I'm not trying to push you in any direction. I think what you've done here is a serious, like, it takes a mighty blow to the kind of faith that keeps people under control. And that makes me very happy. Whether or not you ever deconstruct, and whether or not you ever put down your religion, you are now slightly less controllable by it, and that makes me very happy.
Yeah, so, you know, one thing that I did while I took my little PTO was that I got myself a shrink, and I kind of like told them about a couple of stories. Back when I was 11 in 1996, there was this there's a game that I played with a couple friends. It was called Dungeons and Dragons, and I remember this day specifically because I had chosen a character in the game. There were a couple of my friends, and this character was, I remember it exactly, it was a tiefling warlock. This was and this was forever ago, and I remember exactly. And the reason I remember it was because after we had played the game for a little while, and then one day, one of the kids from my church saw me in the group, and one thing led to another. A parent said something, and I got the absolute shit slapped out of me by my mom when she heard that I was playing with demons and stuff. And there are things that I guess, what I grew up was like, oh, it's like those things are satanic. And to some degree, I still kind of think that, because, I think that there are things that have corruptive influence. But at the end of the day, that was just just a board game, really. I mean, to me, I guess it was like, playing Clue or chess or something like that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that
he didn't
was the
open
whole
a portal
the
to the
satanic
alternate
panic.
universe.
Yeah.
no,
Yeah, that was back in the days, the satanic panic, the everything we don't understand is Satan, and that there's a real spiritual warfare going on all around us all the time. And so anything that we don't fully understand and that looks a little bit suspicious is a literal actual demon. And so that's hard, man, because like
but I guess
you have to. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So another thing was when I was I guess I don't really think that I would necessarily want to play that game today. It kind of just seems like a kid game to me anyway. I don't really.
Oh, it's radical.
I don't know about
you should
it now.
absolutely play it today. It's tight.
All right. I guess I'll see what I can do. But I guess another thing I was going to say is that there's a when I was at that place, when I was at the LGBTQ center, and I was talking about some things like closer to like the middle end, and there were, I think, a couple trans people that were right next to each other, and they said something about like, they were whispering something about like a pact of silence, and they also said the word like egg or something like that. I didn't. I don't know.
Yeah.
They just said something about that. I don't get it, but it was kind of strange. I thought it was a little strange that they were kind of like whispering while they were staring at me.
They were probably not talking about you. If they were talking about an egg, very likely they were talking about somebody they know who is discovering that they themselves are transgender. So there's a slang phrase called cracking your egg. And the thing that cracks your egg is the thing that kind of puts the idea in your mind that you might be trans, and kind of makes you realize it's that moment of peripetia where you are now face to face with yourself in a way that you never have been before. It's similar to the sexual awakening when you see something in a cartoon and you're like, oh shit, I think I really like that in a way that I don't understand right now. That kind of thing, only with gender. I think that's the way that works. I am not trans, and I'm 99% sure that's how that term is used. So they're probably talking about something else. Who knows? And they might have just been looking at you because you were there. But two things. Number one, if you're not sure about Dungeons and Dragons, pick up a copy of a game called Baldur's Gate 3. It is literally just Dungeons and Dragons in video game form. It's phenomenal.
Ready?
But yeah, what you're doing there. Sorry, go ahead.
I guess I was gonna say one more thing. I noticed that Justin had a black and white cat when I was watching the thing, and it looked just like a cat that I had when I was a kid too. But I guess that might be it. I doubt the cat didn't last very long. I loved it. I guess that's a story for another time. But
for sure,
that was a unless we want to talk about it now or.
It's all good. The whole thing, I would encourage you to just think about like the story you talk about with your mom and D&D, I think is really, really important for like your story as like a religious person. Because that whole thing summarizes a lot of what I talk about how harmful religion is. That time in that satanic panic, right? Where everything we don't understand is evil, and then your mom doesn't understand what's going on here. You are playing a game. That's what you are playing pretend. That is what you are doing. And your mom doesn't understand this, and she is afraid for your soul. And so she chooses violence as the way to train you to behave in a way that she wants. And so now you have this really fucked up situation where you are being abused. Right? That is abuse. That period. No ifs, ands, or buts. Slapping a child like that at all is abuse. There's no reason for that, especially at that age that you were at. Absolutely no excuse. Because I know your brain's probably going to want to be like, well, she did the... No, that was abusive. But why was she abusive? She was abusing you because she loved you and she was scared for you. How fucking weird is that, right? And so now you have trauma because of a good reason, which makes the good thing traumatic. What? And all of this is based on a religion which is centered around that God loves you so much that he'll torture you in a lake of fire forever if you don't love him back. Right? And that's a whole other conversation. Like I said, we don't have to get into why I think Christianity is awful right now. But
I don't necessarily want. I guess I don't necessarily 100 agree with the whole like that hell thing. Yeah, I mean, but I guess I guess that's a conversation for another time. But maybe another next call or something.
Yeah, it can be whenever. We can do it now or we can do it later. But that sucks, and that's something you now have to deal with, and it's important for you to just consider the fact that is absolutely a traumatic event that is shaping not just your behavior, but your fucking cosmology today. That is shaping the way that you see yourself in the universe and what you think the universe is and where it came from and who's in charge of it. The fact that someone knocked the shit out of a child for no reason. That blows. That's something that I think you should take some time unpacking.
So I guess the reason so with the cat was that I had a couple stories that I told to the therapist lately. One of them was the D&D story because I guess I have a kind of a big story, one for my mom and one for my dad, and the D&D one was my mom, and then the one with the cat is related to my dad. So I guess one of the things that I was taught when I was young is that animals are not necessarily worth anything. And because they don't have the same soul that humans do. And I had this cat that I got for Christmas present, but my dad had this table that he bought. It was a kind of like this, I guess like expensive table. I don't know. It was like some kind of wood, and the cat got on top of it and scratched the top of the table. And my dad said, "This is what you can't get this. We can't have some critter, scratching up my table." And so he took it out back and pelted it with his shotgun.
Yeah. What an evil thing to do.
Terrible.
And
that's evil.
And like,
he wanted, and he like brought me with him because he wanted to show me that to
toughen you up and all that.
These things are not the same as people, and so I have to learn to know that people have souls, but these things don't have souls, and that there are things that should be preserved, like tables. These things should be preserved, and they are like any kind of likened it to like institutions and stuff. That these things need to be preserved, and anything that screws around with it, the consequences are what you get when you do those things.
Yeah, what a fucking monstrous thing to do.
I don't know.
And what a monstrous thing to believe. And that is also digging into that. Christianity is inherently a very supremacist religion, and American Christianity specifically is a very white supremacist religion, but that's a whole other conversation for another time. And so when you have this situation where this dude who was almost certainly very emotionally abused himself is now thinking that that's the way to be a parent, you have this cyclical generational trauma that is passed down by people who think that they are doing the only thing they can do to save your fucking soul, and that what they're actually doing is just torturing a child. Physical violence, emotional violence, that's what you're describing. Your violence against innocent animals, preferring an object an inanimate object to, you know, the life of an innocent animal and the, you know, emotion of your own child, that's fucking evil, dude. There's no other word for it but that. And these people did evil things because they thought they were good. And that's the fucked up reality of what religion does. There's this old saying that in a normal universe, good people will do the best they can and bad people will do the worst they can. But if you want a good person to do bad things, you need religion for that. And that's what we're saying here. You had parents who I think were trying to be good people. They were trying to protect their son and his eternal life and follow the will of the creator of the whatevers. And in so doing, they did evil, fucked up shit. And they tortured a child and they murdered a cat. And that's fucking reprehensible and inexcusable. And so now you have this situation where otherwise good people are doing evil things because they think the creator of the universe told them to. What a fucking horrible world we live
in. But I guess the reason that I brought that up was that the cat was a black and white tuxedo with white mittens, kind of like the one that was on Justin's lap, or when I got on this call, or not when I got on the call, but when
the sweetie here.
It'll spit an image of him.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't see because I'm on the call, but
it blows, dude.
I mean,
it blows.
A reading of the Christian Bible would lead you to believe that type of behavior is acceptable. There's nothing in the Bible that would contradict that behavior. In fact, God demands that you spill the blood of innocent animals. So, like,
several times.
Christianity it's so toxic in so many ways. To think that these precious creatures should be abused and slaughtered in some occasions.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going to go with it. Is that you put? Sorry, go ahead. I have a different thing.
I guess I was like, I you know, when I was thinking about it, like, I was, you know, basically the therapist kind of helped me come to this idea that I was sort of like, put into this position where I was made to believe that the little scratches that were on that table were, you know, an event that would lead to those kind of consequences for an animal. And it was like it was kind of put in there, and I don't know.
I mean, how much farther off is that from saying, you know, if you say something negative about Jesus, if you blaspheme, these words lead to the consequence of an eternity of suffering, an expulsion from heaven. You know, eating a fruit leads to the consequence of, for the rest of time, women have painful births and have to be subservient to men. Like, what are we talking? Like, that's kind of the whole thing is to use psychological terminology, catastrophizing. You take a simple little thing that means fucking nothing. You could get an orbital sander and take care of those little scratches in the table, but you make it this fucking monumental problem and then say, well, what else was I supposed to do? This is the logical conclusion to this simple little meaningless problem. I could buff it out. I could fucking just ignore it. I could forgive it. I could buy a new goddamn table. But instead, I'm going to do the most dramatic, stupid thing, like a fucking middle schooler with no self-control, and pass that trauma onto an innocent child. That's fucking awful. But like Justin said, it follows. It follows from this belief system. And so, like, the topic of your call, what I have on the call screen here, is it said you wanted to talk about gender in relation to your faith and everything we talked about with trans people and everything. I think there's two ways you can go about this whole thing. Is number one, you can say that your God isn't limited by your understanding. Your God isn't limited by your culture. Your God isn't limited by what it says in the Bible. Your God is so big and powerful and mighty and beautiful that the diversity of gender and sexuality that you see before you is worthy of something so diverse and so interesting. This God is so great that he can make all these different people and he loves them all equally. And that is a testament to the beauty and diversity of him and his love. That's one way you can take it. The other way you can take it is, fuck this. This is clearly not serious. There's no good reason to believe in it. And quite frankly, there's no reason to worship a God that behaves this way, that we read about in the Bible. There's no reason to accept the Bible. It's a terrible fucking book that teaches terrible fucking things. And it makes people that believe and behave like your parents did. So you're better off without it. And if you want to still believe in something greater than yourself, fuck it. Have fun. Invent something. Explore religion. Diversify your thoughts. Do whatever you want to do. But this clearly isn't worth your time or your energy. And quite frankly, and I mean this sincerely, you are a better person than the God you believe in, so you have no use for it. You owe no apology and no explanation and no fucking time to a God whose sins far outweigh your own. So do away with it, be done with it, and learn to love the world around you as it is. That's a different way you can do it. My preferred way. But the choice is yours, yo. The point is, the choice is yours.
Right. I guess another thing I wanted to talk about was that I feel like I'm
my wife.
Too
I just want to point out. I'm sorry.
I guess I'm just
my wife. My wife just knocked on my office door and said, "I heard you talking about suffering, so I brought you this." And it's Doritos Locos Tacos from Taco Bell.
Now I'm suffering. Why would you do that?
Go ahead, R. Tell me your very important and probably deeply emotional thing while I eat these disgusting tacos.
Well, I guess what I was going to say is that, and I talked about this with my therapist too, but I feel like I'm just too goddamn agreeable. And like I'll listen to something someone says, and then I'll believe them, and then I come here, and y'all say something, I believe you, and then I go back, and then I hear someone, and then I believe them. And I sometimes I don't know who I'm supposed to, look to and believe, because I don't know enough about any of this shit to know who's telling the truth and what's the truth. And I don't
Len,
know.
how old are you?
I'm 38 now.
It takes time to figure out some things out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I didn't deconstruct until I was a full-grown adult. So, like, I mean, these discussions about, like, the nature of the universe, different things like that, these takes a lot of time. It's okay to not know. It's okay to hear something one day and then hear something the other day that causes confusion. The goal isn't that you know right now, it's that you're on the path to knowing, that you're finding answers to the questions that you have. And eventually you'll get to a place where you're comfortable.
Yeah, and that's like the whole point. Like on this show, like obviously we're atheists, right? We don't believe in any gods. And that's a big part of the show is to talk about that and have theists call in and we tell them why we don't think their gods are real. But the point of the show and the point of the channel and the point of my work is just across the board, and I think Justin would say the same thing for him, is not to promote atheism, it's to promote skepticism. And the thing about skepticism, it's not just disagreeing with everything, and it's not just saying that everybody's wrong and anything. It's just having that healthy dose of curiosity and doubt to where if somebody says something, no matter what it is, you want to have a reason to believe it. You don't want to just believe it just to believe it, right? And so, like, if I tell you that I have Taco Bell in front of me here, you can probably take my word for it. That's a very small, inexpensive claim. There's no reason for me to lie about that. It doesn't mean anything. If you wanted to check, I could hold it up and show it to you right now. Is it possible that this is a Taco Bell wrapper wrapped around something else? Sure. But, like, this is some evidence for the claim that I have this shit in front of me at this moment. If I tell you that the moon is a spaceship piloted by gophers and that they control the government, like, that's a very fucking expensive claim. And if you ask me for that, I need to have a bit more than, whatever the equivalent of a Taco Bell wrapper would be for this. I need to have some serious evidence. There's this old phrase, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, right? And so that's kind of where you should be with this. You don't have to know everything. But if somebody says something, you should make sure you have a reason to absorb it. And if they say something very expensive, like that they know who the creator of the universe is and they know that that person doesn't want you to have butt sex, that's a very big claim. And they should have a lot more reason to say that than, I have this Iron Age slavery manual. See, we talked about that earlier on the show too, that kind of phrasing. Like, I have this book that teaches you how to own slaves and how to have sex right and how not to eat shellfish. And this says, in a couple of vague, mistranslated passages, that gay is wrong, and so therefore it is. Right? That's a very, very big claim to have such crappy evidence for. Does that make sense?
I suppose that makes sense, but I don't know how I would. I mean, I guess some of it's just that the idea of not being real is a little alien and credulous to me, I suppose. But also, it's just a little scary.
Yeah.
I get scared with the idea.
Yeah, that's reasonable. You've gone 30 something. Go ahead.
I'm saying, like, he could be looking down right now, and if I decide, I don't believe, he's gonna be like, well, looks like someone didn't believe hard enough. I guess you can go into the lake of fire.
Pascal's wager.
Like it.
That's called Pascal's wager. Is that if there is no God and I believe in a God, then I've lost nothing. But if there is a God and I don't believe in a God, then I've lost everything. And so I might as well just believe just in case. And two questions about that. Number one, how do you know it isn't some other God? There's over 40,000 denominations of Christianity alone. And most of them think that all the other ones are going to hell. So, like, you could be just the wrong flavor of Christian and be very deeply devout in that wrong kind of Christianity, and you're still going into that same lake of fire. Not to mention all the other religions all around the world that say the same exact shit and have the same exact evidence. Which one do you believe, And the second thing is, if this God is really all-knowing and all this stuff, do you really think you're going to pull the wool over his eyes by just hedging your bets this way? Do you really think that that's going to be good enough for him? The Bible actually tells you it's not. If you believe the Bible, he says that people like that who believe the way you do, when they come to him, you are lukewarm and he will spew you from his mouth. What a gross phrase. And he'll say, "Be gone from me, I never knew you." And not everyone who says Lord, Lord will get the blah, blah, blah. Like, that's all covered. So, like, you have to be 110% in it. You cannot just be hedging your bets. And even if you are 110% in it, by statistical probability alone, you should expect damnation. So at the end of the day, I think it's just better. Sorry, go ahead. What do you think?
So I guess what you're saying is, like, it's are you in or are you out? And I guess I don't know.
I think that any God that would punish people in any way, especially with eternal fucking torture, for simply not believing in him right and not worshiping him enough, isn't a God worth worshiping at all. Like, it's not just, is this God real? It's what kind of God is it? And the God we're talking about here, if you believe in the God of the Bible and the God that you're talking to me about right now, is a God that is so fragile and egotistical and self-important and childish and stupid that he needs you to believe on bad evidence the most fantastical, magical, ridiculous shit that anyone has ever said. And if you don't believe it and suck his dick while you're believing it, then you're gonna be tortured forever. What a fucking asshole. I would never want, even if this God was real, if you could prove to me this God was real, I'd never fucking be a Christian. Because I'm a good person, and good people don't act like that. That's an evil, stupid God that is not worth anybody.
Right. But I guess what I'm thinking is that if he is, if he is really that, vain and mean-spirited and like horrible, then I'm not sure if I would want to, blaspheme
Yeah,
him
but
and
get on his bad
side.
If God is that level of assholery, then that means he has no obligation to give you anything good when you die, even if you do believe in him. It could literally just
He
all
might
be
as
a
well.
ruse to get his thing stroked.
Seriously, he could just be doing this for funsies. He could pull the rug out from under you and just torture you anyway.
Yeah.
Book of Job, he talks quite a lot about that. Why do I owe you any explanation? Why do I owe you justice? Why do I owe you peace? Who the fuck are you to question me? I can do whatever I want. The last 4 pages of the book of Job are all God just telling Job over and over, I can do whatever the hell I want. There's not shit you can do about it. Don't ever question me, bitch. That's the whole point of the book of Job. And God covers this several times. It's not just if he's this jealous. God says, my name is jealous. I am jealousy. It's not just that I am jealous. I am jealousy. And so if you have any other gods before me, if you even think of any other gods, if you insult him, Jesus Christ says, every sin is forgivable except one. The one unforgivable sin is blasphemy, speaking ill of the Holy Spirit. If you speak ill of God, if you say something negative about God, that is the one thing you can never, ever be saved again. So, this is just a fucking child with a temper and an ego. This isn't a God that's all wise, all powerful, all knowing. This is a big fucking baby that's throwing his toys out of his crib and throwing a fucking fit because people aren't praising him enough. It's not worth worship, even if it exists.
Right. I guess that it's just. I will say, there's this show that I remember from a while ago called Boys, and I don't remember all of it because I only watched the first couple episodes. But there was this a Superman guy with the American flag, and he would always talk about how I can do whatever the hell I want. And I guess I'll have to say that the Job story kind of sounds a little bit like that, I suppose.
Yeah, I think I know the show you're talking about. I've never seen it, but I think I know what you're talking about. And yeah, that's the whole thing. It's just that is the message of God in the Bible. God in the Bible he's morally inconsistent. He does things that he says are evil all the time. There's a lot of shit that he should say is evil that he fucking doesn't. He does evil things all the time. The Bible front to back is pro-slavery. It's pro-incest. It's pro-rape. It's misogynistic. It's homophobic. It's fucking evil. And the God that is depicted in this book is the embodiment of all of those things. And Jesus isn't very much better. And if Jesus is God anyway, who knows? But you've got this really, really fucking awful character in here. And this is supposed to be the good book, right? This is supposed to be where we get our morals from. No, thank you. So that's my whole thing for you, dude. Is if you want to figure out how to square the circle of how to be a good person and maintain some modicum of faith, I'm not the best guy to ask about it. But you can do you. There's, like I said, there's over 40,000 denominations of Christianity in this country. There are plenty of them. I've met plenty of Christians that believe in a very different version of Christianity that's what's written in this fucked up book, and that think that the Bible is an abomination that's been corrupted by humans, and that God is love, and that God has a blah 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 and all these different things. And great, yeah, fine. What, they don't believe in hell, and they don't really believe in heaven very much either, and it's just whatever. And most of them are on their deconstruction journey. And if you want to take it that way, that's fine. I've worked for some scientists that are Christians. I worked for a physicist for a while that said that the beauty of the universe that he studies is worthy of the God that he worships. My current PhD advisor is a Christian who is helping me study evolution and how human brains work and shit. And she is an incredibly nice person who fights against racism and bigotry and stupidity in this world because the God that she believes in is the kind of love that she wants to exude in the world. You can do that. You can twist this shit up and you can make this something for you. You can do all those things. Or my personal advice, if you want to try a different thing, be better than this God and be rid of this God. Be done, because you don't fucking need it. And yes, it's hard. And yes, it's scary. You've gone 38 years with this one thing. It's not going to take 38 minutes to be done with it. It's going to take time. And it's going to take effort. And it's going to be weird. You should probably call an organization called Recovering from Religion, which is a secular help and therapy organization that we raise a lot of fucking money for here. And they have people that can help you with that. But I can tell you, man, my wife, when I met her, was Babdicostal, she calls it. Very, very, very religious. Very, very Christian. The most Christian person in her very Christian family. And when she deconstructed and she let go of it, it was very scary for her. And we were talking about today, she still found herself, even after she stopped believing in any gods, she still found herself wanting to pray throughout the day because that was just something she was so used to doing, especially in times of stress. Her hands would just form that shape. But eventually, just like a sore muscle, she worked it out. And she came to love reality in a different way. And she now lives a much fuller and more rich life because she knows this is all she has. This is all the time she's got. And she's not going to get to see anybody in some theme park after this. So she loves everybody harder than she ever has before. And she squeezes everybody tighter than she ever has before. And she makes time for people that she never has before. And I can tell you, I do all those same things as an atheist too. I value and treasure and cherish every day that I have and every friend that I have and every moment that I get to breathe. I literally will find myself just sitting there just breathing sometimes and thinking about how beautiful this moment is. And no matter how shitty it is, no matter how painful it is, no matter how horrible the day is, it is so much brighter and more vibrant than the darkness that awaits me. And so I get to enjoy it a little bit and it's great. And so you can do that. And you can have a really fucking awesome experience as an atheist. But maybe that'll take some time to get to. It's your choice.
I guess I don't know if I'm necessarily ready for that yet. I know that I'm, definitely. I'm afraid. I'm a little afraid, and I feel like I don't want to, be a person who. I guess I've always obedience is something that has been something that's been a part of my life, and I guess when it came to this, I guess the thing was it last call I was talking about it? Was it so with the abuse and so basically what it was so at my church I was a sort of like the altar kid, and we had sort of like not like the main pastor, but there was like a youth pastor, like assistant pastor, and one day I was asked to accompany him into the storage closet, and I just did what he told me to. And I feel like I just do everything that everyone tells me to do. And I feel like I just don't stick up for myself worth a damn.
Well, you deserve to.
Yeah, but
because you're a
worth it.
good person. You're a good person. And more than that, you're a person. And on this side of the table here, you have inherent value just because of who you are. And that's another thing, not to get too in the weeds about it, but that's another thing that Christianity fucks up for a lot of people, is taking away that inherent value that you have just for being a person. But you deserve I think the best way I can summarize it is that whenever you are around a human being, there is an opportunity to be kind and compassionate. And that includes when you're by yourself. And so I would just encourage you to start treating yourself the way that you think you should treat other people, with the same kind of kindness and grace. If you saw somebody treating a child the way that you were treated, I think you'd probably stick up for that kid. I think you'd probably step in and be like, hey, not gonna, if you saw somebody abusing a child, somebody, sexually, physically, mentally, whatever, shitting on a kid, this is your chance to step up and be what I would consider to be a man, if for lack of a better word, a good person, and go do what needs to be done to protect that kid. And I think that if you treated yourself with that same level of ferocious love, I think your life would be a little bit more calm, a little bit more well-rounded, a little bit more whole. Because you deserve that. You deserve somebody to stick up for you that way, and that has to be you. A lot of the times, that has to be you. In the end,
Yeah,
I
suppose I should.
Go ahead.
I was saying, I suppose I could picture myself doing something if there was, if someone was being, attacked or someone was being, lured somewhere, kid, I'd say, what's going on here or something like that. I don't know. I suppose I'd do something. So I guess that's true.
I think you're on a remarkable journey right now. I think that you are, the last time you called in, we picked through some pretty painful shit that was giving you some pretty hateful beliefs. And that was an incredible amount of growth in such a short amount of time. You've got a therapist. That's great, especially if it's a secular therapist. That's really good. It's helping you deal with some trauma from your childhood. That's going to take time. And it's not going to be comfortable all the time, but it's going to be worth it. And if you can learn to turn this around on yourself as well, and love yourself the way that you think everybody else should be loved, that's also huge. And a couple things I want you to just keep in mind as you go forward is, number one, you are welcome here, right? You can call back on these shows and talk to us anytime you want. We have a bustling community in our comment sections. We have some trolls, so avoid them. But I think we've got a Discord as well. I'm pretty sure we have a Discord as well. There's lots of places of people that would love to talk to you and be your friend and parse these things out with you. People who have been on this journey like you. And even beyond that, like I said, Recovering from Religion is an amazing fucking resource. You don't have to be an atheist to call them. But if you call Recovering from Religion, they have trained professionals and also just common folks who have been through deconstruction and been through a lot of pain and trauma associated with religion that can talk to you and detail out some of this shit and help you just vent it. Get it out of your soul. Get it out of your brain. Just get it out into the ether. It helps a lot. So I would encourage you to talk to them, and I would encourage you to keep calling back here if you want to. You don't have to. I would encourage you to interact with the people in the comment section and in our Discord. I would encourage you to keep going to that LGBT center and talking to them and getting to know them and making friends with them. And I would encourage you to just be compassionate with yourself. And I'm going to be real with you, that's hard to do sometimes because you don't know that you need to. I can't tell you the amount of times I have told my wife a story about my childhood and I'm laughing about this thing and she's like, oh, that's really sad and really bad and I'm so fucking sorry that happened to you. And I'm like, what? And she kind of has to spell it out a little bit and I'm like, oh, that's trauma. Oh, so there's some shit, dude, that you're gonna deal with that you don't even realize you need to deal with, but holy fuck, you need to deal with it. And you'll be better off for it. You're on an incredible journey and you deserve to be on it because it's going to make you happier and healthier and more whole, and you deserve to be. I think you're a good person, R, and I think that you deserve to heal.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Anyway,
You're a good
with
dude,
that,
Glenn.
we have
Take care of yourself.
we have a couple calls left. We have a couple calls left. We got to jump into them. But I sincerely appreciate you talking to us, and I appreciate you taking the time and putting in the hard work to grow as a person, because holy fuck, that's important. And if you were here in front of me, I'd give you a hug, but I can't. So I just want you to know, man, you're a good person. You deserve good things. I love you, and I wish you all the best.
A lot of people rooting for you, buddy.
Seriously, check the chat. Again, if you don't believe me, when you're done with this, scroll back through this call and just check the chat and see the sheer amount of people that are live reacting to this right now and talking about how much they're in your corner.
Thanks.
Yeah, man.
Thanks.
You take care of yourself. Have an awesome rest of your night. We'll see you later, dude.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Best luck, buddy.
Huge fucking growth from that dude. Like, seriously. So cool. Huge growth. And this is...
Sometimes growth hurts.
Like, it does. It's not comfortable, but it's so fucking worth it. It's like getting in the gym, you know? Working on yourself. And it's like, hey, I don't want to be fucking lifting this weight. I don't want to be on this treadmill. It sucks. But you know what?
That's right.
My heart's going to be healthy. My brain's going to be healthy. My lungs going to be healthy. My skin's going to be healthy. My body, I'm going to live longer. I'm going to live happier. I'm going to get to do more shit. It's exactly the same thing here. Like, healing those scars. It's a process, and it's a journey, and it sucks, and it's not fun a lot of the time. But holy fuck, the amount of love that you get out of it and the amount of peace you get out of it. So huge. So huge. We're all proud of you, and we know you got this, and the world is going to be a better and more beautiful and kinder place because you're in it, because you're going to go make a lot of other people happy. And I tell you what, I don't think R is ready for this conversation yet, but I know that somebody's listening that is. Let me tell you, the most painful shit in your life, the most horrible moments in your life are the things that I think make you the best equipped to help other people. Those things that they make your heart bigger, and they're the things you can use to help other people so very much. I can tell you, I would not be as compassionate as I am today. I'm not saying I'm happy that any abuse ever happened or anything like that, but I'm saying that, like, because I know what a lot of that hurt feels like, I'm able to connect with people and understand them in different ways. And you know, and I'm saying, I'm sure I missed the mark sometimes, but like that the worst parts of your life are very often, I think, things that make you more empathetic and make you more helpful. And that's something to be happy about, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. We got 3 calls left. Do you have a preference on which one you want to do first?
Let's see. Let's do Nathan from Ohio, because I'm actually quite curious to learn some new stuff here.
Sure, because I haven't been talking enough. Let's talk to Nathan from Ohio, who wants to talk about the fossil record and the flood. Nathan, you're at long last on the line with Forrest and Justin. How are you doing today?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm all right. So what do you think? What are you calling in about?
So, well, this is just something that hit me at work the other night. Assuming, obviously it's not true, but assuming that the flood did happen, and assuming that young Earth creationism is true, wouldn't that make the fossil record more robust than what we actually have?
I think we would find fossils everywhere.
Yeah. The key is, not only would we have, if the fossilization happened the way that young Earth creationists talk about, where it's all this massive rapid deposition, we would have so fucking many more fossils, because one of the reasons why the fossil record is necessarily incomplete and so diverse is because of the diversity of conditions in which fossils were created all over the earth. You need sediment, and you need the story generally is the same. You have this sedimentation, you have this being buried in something in this relatively anoxic environment, and then permineralization comes in and blah 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 blah. But there's still differences, right? If it's a more iron rich environment, you're going to have a different kind of fossil than if it's a more silicate rich or whatever the fuck else thing. That's not exactly my area. But because it is so diverse, we see a somewhat incomplete fossil record with massive diversity in the types of fossils, the quality of fossils, blah blah blah. What the flood story teaches us is that everything should be uniform. That's the idea, is that all these sedimentary layers were all laid down all at the same time in one massive event. So why then do we see different kinds of fossils and different qualities of fossils and different types of fossils and different layers of fossils? Why is there should be not only like every species, every single organism fossilizing the same way, but also they should be all mixed up, Like the common thing is that like the big heavy dinosaurs sank because they couldn't swim very fast. Why then are there so many fish underneath them? What is that? So like, yeah, dude, it should be not only more robust, it should be more uniform, it should be more complete, it should be ubiquitous, it should be homogeneous all the way through, and we just don't fucking see any of that.
Okay, cool. I was right then. It just one of those things that hit me. It's like, wait a minute, aren't they arguing against their own argument?
They often are.
Yeah. So, okay, that was it. Thanks.
Yeah, dude. Right on. Thanks for the call. Thanks for waiting so long. Bye.
If the flood was an inevitable conclusion from the evidence that we have, geologists and others would believe in the flood. That's all there is to it.
Seriously.
They wouldn't believe God did it. They'd believe in a flood. They wouldn't believe that God sent a flood.
Right. Let's do, because I got to talk on that one. Let's do one that you can talk about. Let's talk to Tragedy.
Sure.
Pronouns he, him. Calling in from Cracking Opal. Talking about splitting gemstones. Says his sister is a flat earther and wants to know Bible verses that counter that. Tragedy. We're online with Forrest.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, finally.
Thank you for waiting for like 3.5 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are awesome. You guys are like the dream team. I've definitely been looking forward to talking to you guys.
Hell yeah. I can't wait to disappoint
I've only been listening. Yeah. Listening to Justin for a little while now. I mean, he's still new on there, but you, Forrest, I've been listening to you since like when you were doing the Reacteria still, and like you're one of the people in the world that I'd like to meet the most. So I am.
Oh, my condolences. Thank you.
Also, I'm wanting to go on the bat cruise, so I'm looking forward to looking into that when it comes up this year too. So
yeah, I have no idea if I'll be there, but if I am, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I would have been a lot quicker if you had like, gotten to me like right when I first got on. I was just gonna be done and be over. But I've had a lot of things to think about since I've been sitting here. But mainly though,
hell yeah,
the biggest thing though, what I started with on there was the fact that my sister. I just found out recently my sister is a flat earther, and when she comes out and visits me, I don't want to like bombard her with stuff. But I want to know if there's just like maybe 2 or 3 verses that I could just make her think more about it, like some of the best ones that could help. Because I know the reason she's a flat earther is because of the Bible. So I just want to figure out what I can say to maybe make her think a little bit. And I know Justin probably has got a lot of, knows, something, at least 1 verse or 2 for me here.
Yeah, you're not going to like my answer, my friend. The reality is the Bible is firmly a flat earth book. They believe that the earth is flat. That's why we have Job 38:14, which says that the earth is formed like clay beneath a seal. which certainly is a flat disk, which is why just one chapter prior, it describes the dome over the flat disk in Job 37 as being hard like a cast metal mirror. That's why we find other passages like Isaiah 40:22 that says the Lord is enthroned above the circle or the disk of the earth. No, they have a word for ball or sphere. It would have been door. That's not what's in the text. We find chug, which means a disk. It's a 2D circle. It's not a sphere. That was a purposeful selection. Everybody in the ancient world, the Hebrews, the Egyptians, Mesopotamians, everybody, Anatolians, they all believed that the earth was a flat disk with a dome over top of it, and that below the earth was Sheol, the realm of the dead. They debated at length as to how thick the firmament was. They debated at length how the firmament marries with the earth. And even after the Greeks discovered that the earth was a sphere, a lot of the religious cultures, like the Jews, still believed that it was, in fact, flat. In fact, in the book of Enoch, we find a description of how the sun works on the flat earth. Because if the sun revolves around the flat earth, how is it that it gets around the firmament? It has to be on the outside of the firmament. But they believe that it's on the inside of the firmament. So how does it go below the earth if it's on the inside of the firmament? Well, there's windows, obviously. Right when the firmament meets the earth, there's windows. The sun goes out of the window, below the earth, around it, back in the other window, and then makes another rotation. So everything in the Bible would lead you to believe, in fact, that the earth is flat, that the sun orbits the earth. That's why in Joshua it says that the sun stood still, because in their conception, the earth wasn't spinning. The sun could stand still because the sun was the thing that was moving around the earth. That's why elsewhere in the Bible, during the reign of Ahaz, the sun actually stops and moves back and then moves forward again. And for some reason, everything on earth wasn't completely destroyed because, again, they don't understand how the earth works. And so, unfortunately, you're not going to deconvert your friend from being a flat earther by using the Bible. That would only reinforce their flat earth belief.
Yeah, I can tell now for sure. I mean, I grew up in the church for a while also, and so I had known some of those ones for the flat earth. I just couldn't think of any that would help me against it. So, yeah, I guess there's not really any. All right, so, well, I mean, that was basically the question there. I was just gonna say a couple of things real quickly though. This is this Scraps the new Zerba? Is that the new Zerba?
No.
Forrest? Scraps?
It was.
No.
I'll have you know.
Scraps.
His name is not Scramps. It just looks like it says Scramps on the side. That's all. I've got one of the black Zerbas, and I'm gonna reverse tie-dye it. So, Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. If you post it online, tag me.
Oh, definitely.
Hey, with that.
I'm trying to start a YouTube channel, but I only got 24 people right now. It's like Club Tragedy, but either way, eventually it'll be posted some. So, but the last thing I wanted to say though was, like pretty much what a lot of these people have been talking about tonight. How, I like in 2003 or in 2002, I kind of realized, well, excuse me, one of my girlfriend at the time's friends was gay, and we were all on a youth retreat, and everybody was treating him so horrible and miserable. And I just say, hey, you can come sit with me, you can hang out with me, and all this stuff like that. And it was when he told me that I was the only person that actually showed him Jesus' love that I realized that really wasn't Jesus' love. Like, everybody else in the church had been teaching against it and everything, and I realized at that moment, and it wasn't until my wife
passed in 2016, a little bit after that, that I actually fully deconstructed. But it was since 2002 because of people being mean to, to gay and trans and any of that stuff. It's like exactly what other people have been saying tonight. That is what's brought, me farther along. That started it. And definitely, Forrest, you have helped out a lot with the, finishing the deconstruction. Because like I said, I started watching you since a long time now. And some of the stuff that I've been showing my dad helped him as well. So he just recently converted or deconstructed from like 65 years. And so, yeah, I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. And the last caller, we love you. We love you. And I mean, what do you say now that we're not Christians? I'm praying for you. It's like I care for you. I'm hoping for you.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I wish you the best, and it doesn't mean anything. It just means I'm hoping that things go well. Yeah.
Right.
What can you do?
Yeah.
I'll speak for you.
Really, if he's still listening, we all care for him. We all care for him. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, all right.
Absolutely. Anyway, thank you so much for your call, Tragedy, and thank you for waiting for so fucking long to do it.
Yeah, thank
and good luck on your
again.
channel.
Both of you guys are awesome. And you guys, what?
So good luck on your channel.
Good luck.
Oh, yes, definitely. Yeah, it's spelled Club Tragedy, just like the way it's spelled there. But yeah, I'm going to be working on that later tonight. So you guys have a great night.
That was great.
Again, appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Take care.
Cheers, friend.
Biggity bye. And we've got one call left. Didn't throw up. Who has also been waiting for 3.5 fucking hours. My goodness. We've got Alexandria, pronoun she, her, calling in all the way from Belgium, who wants to talk about some things about Jehovah's Witnesses. Alexandria, you were on the line with Forrest and Justin. Oh my God. How are you doing?
Never had a bad day.
Hell
yeah. That's the way to do it.
I really wanted to make that reference. That's obviously like a lie, but yeah. So I mean, because I want to be intellectually honest, but okay. So
you should try being radical instead.
What am I supposed to do? Do a kickflip?
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's a good place to start. Go ahead. What's your question?
Yeah, so I've been arguing with Jehovah's Witnesses a lot because they're the only religion that comes to the door, and I like arguing. But the problem of evil comes up quite often, and their solution to the problem of evil is, of course, free will. Now, I am a hard determinist. I don't believe in free will, but I don't think I will get them to understand that before getting after the Bible stuff. But I remember that God neglected the free will of the Pharaoh, apparently, because he hardened his heart, which you can read in the King James version of the Bible. I think it's Exodus chapter 7, verse 13, and then
there's
Exodus
a couple
chapter
instances.
10. Oh, okay, cool. Well, it's just that when I brought this up, they use the King James version of the Bible. Also is available on their website, so I guess they use it as well. But they use the New World translation, and there it's changed subtly, but significantly, where it says that it doesn't say God hardens Pharaoh's heart, but God allows Pharaoh's heart to be hardened. And that's how they move about it. And I was just wondering what the Hebrew Bible says, because I don't speak Hebrew, and I figured Justin was a good source for this.
Yeah, so the word that typically uses is chazak, which means to strengthen or to harden or sometimes to stiffen. And it quite literally states that God hardened or strengthened the heart of Pharaoh. It doesn't say anything in there that would be even remotely different from that. It doesn't mean he allowed Pharaoh to be a hard-hearted. It doesn't mean that he let Pharaoh do anything. It explicitly says that God is doing the action. Like God is the actor for that verb, and the heart is receiving the action.
Okay, cool. So they lied. Awesome.
They
would have
definitely
guessed?
lied. The New World Translation is not a good one, and there's another instance in Joshua chapter 11, verse 20, when it talks about one of the Canaanite tribes coming out the war. It says it was the will of Yahweh to harden their hearts so that they would come against them in battle. Same thing. God hardens people's hearts and intervenes in free will all the time. In the story of Abimelech, when Abimelech takes Sarah and is found out, God appears in a dream at night and says, I prevented you from touching her. God intervenes on people's free will every day. If you think God answers prayer, that means God is intervening on people's free will every time almost he answers a prayer. So this idea that God can't intervene on free will is simply not in the Bible.
Okay, cool. I'm quite
And
new
your
to
instincts
the
were
whole,
correct.
Yeah. Awesome.
Because
Thanks.
if you read Romans chapter 9, Paul uses the exact instance you're talking about. He uses the instance of Pharaoh having his heart hardened as being a sign that God works out his will and you don't have free will. That's why he says to Pharaoh, I raised you up for this very purpose. That's why he says, you cannot question God. You can't question the maker. Why did you make me like this? That's why in the middle of that chapter, he says that some people are merely created to be vessels of wrath. If you believe in Pauline theology, you don't have free will.
Okay, damn. I went to a Catholic school, but we got just like stories, not really deconstructing apologetics. So this is cool. I also have a question about Genesis chapter 6, verse 1.
Oh boy, yeah.
In the in the new World Translation and in the King James Version, it says, as it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them. I'm just, is that just misogyny or is it gay? And I am being that serious because it doesn't say man with an A, it says men. So unless scripture is pro-trans men, I don't think you can make babies that way.
Well, the problem is Adam in Hebrew is both the name of Adam, but it's also the default word for mankind. So when it talks about humans, quite often it just uses Adam.
Okay.
That's the problem there.
Cool.
And some of the older Bible translations didn't translate that as humankind. They translated it as man or mankind. I think mankind is better because you kind of get a flair for what the original Hebrew is getting at. It's using the original word for man, but it means all of mankind. It's not referring to just men.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, awesome. I have a question about population, which I think is the domain of ecology. So that's where I will turn my attention to first.
That's the science guy over here.
Yeah. I love both of your guys' work, by the way. Just want to add that. Yeah, so I brought up incest about Adam and Eve, because if they have children, then you're gonna get Habsburg chins real quickly. If you populate the Earth like that. But then they made the claim that Adam and Eve were perfect, which I don't know how a perfect being would then do something immoral in the sense of ignoring God's commandment not to eat from that tree in the middle of the Garden of Eden. But that aside, yeah, so they claim that there is a DNA degradation over time. As far as I know, I've never heard anything about that being true from any reliable source. Is that at all true?
This is the talking point where the mutations happen over time, and so creationists will say that mutations are always destructive. They are always harmful because the DNA code of Adam and Eve was perfect, and so any variation is necessarily a problem. And so the fact that mutations happen, one, I forgot the exact number, but it's something like, one per however many 100,000, genes or base pairs or whatever per generation. There is a math on this. I just don't remember off the top of my head. That this is the result of sin. And as we sin, these mutations accumulate and our DNA gets worse and worse over time. That's wrong for a lot of reasons. But the biggest thing we were talking about incest is that, like, the thing that incest does is it allows the compiling of especially like recessive traits. And that's one of the reasons we can see when we talk about the diversity of humans today, they'll argue that like Adam and Eve were some sort of like middle skin tone and middle hair tone and middle eye color and all these things, and all the diversity we see of human populations comes from them. The only way that's possible is if they started with some recessive traits that could have been shared around this way through incest. And the thing about recessive traits is that a lot of the times recessive alleles happen because of a loss of function mutation. You have a mutation that does actually stop the functionality of this particular gene. A lot of these genes, they code for an enzyme. And an enzyme is just a type of protein that does a particular thing. It facilitates a chemical reaction. It lowers the activation energy of a reaction. It causes something to happen. And so you produce a loss of function mutation in this allele so that the enzyme that it produces is no longer able to do that job. And so what you see in a recessive trait a lot of the time is just the kind of ground state of this thing not really working properly. And if you have a dominant allele that you only need one of, then it has to have what we call it has to be haplosufficient in order to compensate, in order to account for this. So the only way for this narrative to work is that it's not that they sinned and then their DNA was becoming corrupted. They had to have corruption baked into their DNA. Their DNA had to come pre-mutated. Their perfect DNA had to be broken in order for them to have the ability to produce human variety. And that doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Otherwise, we would all look exactly the same. And that's bizarre. Also, lots and lots of human traits are what we call polygenic. There's lots of different genes going into this one trait. So, like, for example, hair color. There is no just, this is the hair color gene, right? There's several genes about what kind of melanin is being produced, how much of that melanin is being produced, how much that melanin is being deposited, like all these different things. You would have to have all of that baked into the 2 possible alleles that 2 possible people had. That's a shit ton of variety for 4, you know? And that's just not reasonable. So it's it kind of falls on its face over and over and over again. This just doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. So this may actually be another thing for Justin, but it's directly related. Like if humans right now are significantly less perfect, where in the scale between humans now and Adam and Eve is Noah and his family?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because
so you have 2 people that start the entire human race, and then a little while later you cut everybody off, and you have now 8 people that the entire human race has to start from scratch again. And according to Answers in Genesis, it took 100 years from Noah's flood to the Tower of Babel. So in just 100 years, those 8 very incestuous people produced enough incest babies to populate the entire fucking world and make every language and culture that we have today. They were busy, y'all. Like, that's a lot. That's a lot. And that's fucking nutty. You talk about Habsburg's jaws. That's where you get them for. That's fucking Habsburg's dialects. Not fun.
Yeah, well, that's a really great point, because that shrinks the time frame, because they literally said, quote, you can chat GPT it, that 8 people could repopulate the Earth completely by now with this amount of population on the Earth of humans. Now, I refuse to chat GPT anything, because I don't trust large language models to be truthful or accurate or whatever, because they hallucinate, but also ecological impacts.
They also tell you what you want to hear, by the way. They're really bad about that.
It tells you what you want to hear.
But I was thinking about the mathematics, but like mathematics for like population growth, how would they even do that? Because you need to account for a lot of variables. That's what do they want? We just fill it in, or do we project current population growth rates? But that is then based on an imperfect population who lives significantly shorter lives, because apparently Noah was like 700 years old or something.
He was
I think it was
a little bit older
900.
than that. Yeah, because he was 600 when he got on the ark. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He lived for a bit.
That's the whole thing.
Long enough to get intoxicated and possibly essayed by his son.
Yeah, there was a whole. There is math for that. There's a. I forgot the equation, but there is an equation for like exponential growth in this way, where you have 4 breeding pairs, and then they produce 1 child per 9 months, and then those children can also breed with each other and them, and you have 50-50 split between males and females. Like, you can do that math. I'm not a mathematician. That's not my area of expertise. Somebody call Sean Isherwood. They'll know how to do it. Yeah, I that's not my vibe. But what I can tell you is humans are a laughably inbred species, but we're not that bad. You know what I mean? Not nearly that bad.
Okay. Yeah. I heard on the show a little earlier that you're not physicists, but they made some claims about cosmology and Big Bang and stuff like that. And I was just wondering, because maybe this is a very basic thing, but they made the claim that you have to have energy before you can have matter. And that, I don't get it. And I asked them, name one scientist that claims this. And they said Einstein, but didn't specify which of his many publications that's from. And then I tried to Google some stuff, but I can't understand Einstein.
Yeah, it's probably to
so
say
I
E
don't
equals
know.
MC squared. It's probably to say E equals MC squared.
Mhm.
Energy is equal to mass times the speed of light squared. So if you were to take the mass of something, divide it by the speed of light squared, that is how much energy makes up that thing. And so, like, energy is. I'm not a physicist, but like, as far as I can tell, as far as I understand it, the way that I have had it described, energy is just, it's a property of matter. It is raw, pure possibility and potential, but it is also like fundamentally what makes stuff. And so if you were to break down, atoms into quarks, into atoms into protons, neutrons, electrons, into quarks, into the small, if you were to get somehow it is energy that makes the thing. It is somehow like condensed energy, and that's why releasing the energy of an atom is this massive explosion, because it is literally just the release of all the energy that makes the thing. I am grossly oversimplifying, probably mischaracterizing, and almost certainly missing a lot about that. It is not my area of expertise. Wednesday on the Hang Up, Matt is hosting with Blitz, who is a PhD physicist, or catch Aaron Adair next time he's on. He is also a PhD physicist. One of them can talk about it in a lot better detail than I can. But to say that one precludes the other, I don't know, or precedes the other necessarily. I don't know if that's accurate or makes any sense. I guess I could argue either direction. I could argue that makes sense because mass is made of energy, and therefore you need the energy to make the matter. And I could also argue the other way to say that's I'm missing something grossly here. So I don't know. Talk to a physicist.
Okay. Will do.
Yeah, and you will get varying degrees of answers. Like, I've talked to Blitz about this a little bit, because like when I took physics, I was taught that energy was a property of stuff. It wasn't a stuff on its own. And I talked to Blitz, he seemed to agree with me. But I've read enough, like, what I would say low level articles on the internet that claim that energy is equal to the stuff, and that somehow one can turn into the other. And I personally haven't seen like a good actual explanation of how or why that is the case. Maybe someone like Dr. Blitz can maybe make that make sense.
I'm looking up Reddit / Ask Physics. Is matter just stable energy? And the top comment here is, it's waxing poetic, but it's not wrong. Like, what does that mean?
Okay.
There's a lot there.
Right.
Okay.
Stable energy isn't a physics term, but you might call matter stable energy. All you've done is made up a new name. Might as well call matter Greg. All right, calm down. That's pedantic for everybody.
Okay. How do you deal with the boundaries of pragmatism and the expectation that I perceive from religious people for atheists to be PhD experts in literally every single field? Because they keep doing the thing where they go, well, how do you know that? How do you know that? Oh yeah, because your teacher told you. That's not skeptical. That's just a preference. And I don't like that.
Well, like, we don't believe it just because one person said it. Like, when we trust that science gets something right, we're trusting thousands and thousands of scientists that have done the tests and reproduced the experimentations and have come up with the same reinforcing conclusions. We're not saying, here's one scientist we believe that guy. We're saying, no. There's this scientific hypothesis that have been tested repeatedly and have proven to be true. We agree with that hypothesis, not with this one guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I try to explain that, and I got upset about the claim of God not being falsifiable, and then I had to explain what that meant. And then I referred to empiricism, and I had to explain what empiricism is. And so I just like, is there a point where it's reasonable to just not play the game because they're just playing a different game?
Well, that's up to you. Like, if they came to my house, I would enjoy every second of thoroughly cooking them to their face. But if it gets you, if it gets you a little bit upset and hot under the collar, you don't have to let them stay there. You can get them the fuck out. Like, listen, you're in my house. I've had enough of this conversation. Get moving. Give them my my number. Tell them how to find me. I'll take care of them.
Okay, cool. Because it's like I'm trying to play chess, but they're bringing checkers, and I don't know what to do about that.
Right. Yeah. That's typically it. They have no idea what they're talking about. They've memorized talking points, and they're repeating talking points. They haven't done any real research.
Okay, cool. One of the contentions I had to hear was that the man asked me, explain DNA. Now, I'm not a biologist, but I do have quite a few biology books. So I just turned around and grabbed my textbook of human molecular genetics and handed it to him. And then he said that it's unreasonable for us to have a book that big about a thing so small. And that...
What does that mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What
Cells,
a
germs,
ridiculous thing to say.
mice? What the fuck? Maths, like maths is abstract and it doesn't have a size. So what do you mean?
I just got done with my I just did a molecular genetics class this semester, and I just got done with that. And these were the textbooks that I used to study something so small. And like it just like it's because it's interesting and it's complicated and it's weird and it does a lot of shit. And so like I don't know, man. That's such a lame thing to say. It just shows a lack of imagination. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's super ridiculous.
Totally.
Like, if you take, like, I went to school initially for, well, I finished it, but I went to school for engineering and specifically robotics. And like, when you learned about electrical theory, like, yeah, we're talking about stuff that's on the subatomic level or the atomic level. They're tiny. But the reality is, you can fill giant textbooks on just electrical theory. So, like, the size of something has literally nothing to do with whether or not you can produce large volumes of information about it. That's crazy. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway,
Yeah,
I hope this answers some of your major questions. We're gonna start wrapping up the show here, unless you have something else you wanted to address really quick.
Yes, pronouns, but like the fun way. I remember you talking to quote the president of Gen Z about pronouns, and how
I heard I
he
remember that
thought
one.
he moved past pronouns. Yeah. Do you remember Ulrich?
Unfortunately.
Ulrich's funny. Yeah, no, but the president of Gen Z call, and you mentioned that you do the pronoun stuff on each show, just for the comfort of the people that watch and to protect that people don't need to out themselves. But I have noticed that on the atheist experience, there is like the pronoun bit under the name, but it's not the case with the line. And I was just wondering if that's like an oversight or
we do pronouns on the show. What are you talking about?
Like on the
You're talking about on the
screen,
host names?
like the little yeah, because it
I
is a
think
thing on the atheist experience, but not on the line.
Yeah, I don't know. We do usually have pronouns for hosts, I think. Maybe I don't really pay attention to it. We're also very upfront about our pronouns as we speak. So, oh yeah, no, they aren't there. Look at that.
Sure.
Well, yeah, cancel us is the problem. Yeah, and I think we as the hosts, people just kind of know already. We tell everybody and we refer to each other these ways. But Who knows? I've misgendered people before on this show, so it would definitely be helpful to be more consistent about it. Write some hate mail to Jimmy Snow at Q&A line.whatever. I don't actually know the email address.
Yeah. Everyone write Jimmy and say that you're going to cancel him.
For not putting our pronouns on the show. That's what it is.
Comment it in the comments of all of our videos.
1,000 times. And then also hit like and subscribe.
I've done that.
All right. Well, anyway, yeah. With that, Alexandria, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Thanks for the work, guys.
Good to hear from you.
Bye.
Cheers, friend.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Yeah, contact at qanaline.com is what we just got in the chat there. Make sure to write your hate mail to contact at qanaline.com and talk about how we are not woke enough because we don't have pronouns on all the hosts. And frankly, pronouns on the show as well. We should all decide on what the pronouns are for each individual show, because I bet they're different. So get woke. Go broke. The line. We're talking to you. That's the show. You watched it. Sorry for what it was. Thanks so much to Justin for hosting. It's always a pleasure. Do you have anything you want to say before we wrap up?
I had a blast, buddy. You know, I'm just happy we actually got to talk to some theists finally. So, had a blast, buddy.
Yeah. It was awesome. Likewise. Always love working with you. Thank you so much to Luxander for producing tonight. Thank you so much to Stephanie Helms for call screening tonight. Thank you so much to our callers, even the ones that suck. Thank you so much to our people in chat, even the ones that suck. Thank you to our mods. Thank you for watching. Have an awesome rest of your day and never stop learning. Bye.